Lindsay's Fallout is live. Funky Deathclaw. I gotten a couple compliments on Funky Deathclaw this most recent video. That made me super happy. I was such a I can't even remember which video Funky Deathclaw when I was recording, because what you guys may have noticed is that every video there's certain things that are formulaic. Like we always do, there's a cold open, and then I do the spoiler warning, and then I do the terms of service, the comment policy, and then I do my thing. But I always record the audio original. I don't cut to clips, including whatever it is that I do for the like and subscribe interruption. And we are going right. Right. So I don't reuse I like recording that stuff custom. First of all, I think because it's different, you'll pay more attention to it. It also gives me sort of like a flow while I'm recording that my autism likes, to not a lot of zigzagging and autistic brain pivoting. That gives this sort of a freshness. But the like and subscribe bit, because it's an interruption in the middle, it's just something that's really easy for me to forget. And so one of those times where I was like, I have to figure out a new way to say the like and subscribe thing, I did the little Funky Deathclaw song. Because there's something about the animation, the way the Deathclaws walk, there's something about it that's funky. And I ended up just really liking that song. I was like, should I produce that full song at some point? Not how long could it possibly be? But there's something really catchy about it. Funky Deathclaw reminding you to like and subscribe, like and subscribe. It's got a quality to it. So I might just keep using that. It's a really easy thing to forget in the recording process. So, I had kind of a fun realization before sitting down to start the stream for today, which was as much as this is my favorite, the most fun thing that I do in my week, I also I get super nervous. I get a lot of anxiety right before sitting down and doing it. Just I'm autistic. You're humans. It's an inevitability. But I realized this week I am not nearly as anxious. And I think a big reason for that is that I don't have I don't have anything prepared. I don't have anything written out. It's just gonna be the thoughts coming out of my head. Because it occurred to me that one of the reasons I end up streaming for so long is that, I have these things that I want to talk about, but then I end up getting caught up in chat and reading y'all's questions and seeing what y'all want to talk about. And then I end up going, oh crap, I got distracted with what everybody else wants to talk about. And it's taking forever to actually get to the things that I wanted to say, and then I end up feeling like if I don't say the things that I wanted to say or talk about the things that I wanted to talk about, then I feel like I wasted my, not wasted, I don't have a feeling of closure, because I have things on a checklist that I want to say. So I don't think I need to write things out to talk about. I think my brain, either you guys will give me stuff to respond to, or I'll come up with ideas, because I am what I sometimes jokingly refer to as pathologically creative. I don't think I need to prepare stuff to talk about. And now, after doing this bit of science, apparently I feel better when I don't prepare. So, let's wing it. How's that sound? Good work. Thank you for your work. Now I exit because I not fill the expectations here? What does that mean? What does that mean? If you're gone, please explain. What expectations? I am human. Yes, I am not a synth. Was there something that I said about not being a robot? I'm so confused. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I will likely do my weekly falling asleep during the second break. Something about the song just puts me to sleep. I actually have a new BRB, so it is chill. The music situation is chill again, though, because I feel like that's appropriate. That's what I did today when I should have been working. As you guys may have noticed that, as I said I wanted to do, the branding is different. You know, I recorded a bunch of footage in Fallout 76 to use as sort of B-roll background fodder. And also, I always talk about my ghoul character, and I felt like I wanted to show off the ghoul character. I entertained the possibility of changing, you know how, because I record the real videos as, you know, audio only. And so that's why I made the Lindsay house thing, so that the shots where you would normally cut to my face, I cut to this avatar, blah, blah, blah. And I love the Lindsay house thing, but I was like, you know, I really wanted to change the dopamine, do as the dopamine commands. And so I, you know, I wanted to do something different, and so I thought, like, you know, I'm always talking about my ghoul character, why don't I do some shots of the ghoul character? Maybe with a mask up to sort of, so it's not super distracting that the character's mouth isn't moving. But then I was like, I really love Lindsay house, though. I love the sides and the angles, I love the reference to Mr. House, but I was really sick of that face, because even though the eyes and eyebrows part of the old Lindsay house face really looked like me, the mouth really didn't, specifically the jawline. And I think the original reason I left it like that was because it's kind of a better jawline, to be honest. It's sort of this, like, Timothy Chalamet. No, it's more like, who's the actor that, Spider-Man, Tom Holland. There's something Tom Hollandy about the jawline of the old Lindsay house, and I think it just flattered me. But then this time I was like, no, I'm really gonna bring Lindsay house up a notch. I'm gonna upgrade and make it look more like me, and I love the way it turned out. I'm so happy with it. Even and also the other one made me look brunette, and this one actually has not just my gray hair, but it also has my stripe, which I believe is on this side. No, nope, there it is. It's on this side. There you go. So it's on the same, it's on the correct side. My little skunk stripe, which is 100% natural, by the way. Sup, ladies? I suggest some Vault-Tec approved Arizona. I accidentally bought that. Okay, so I can't do energy drinks. My body does not respond well to them. And I need to hydrate. Like, I have liquid IV over here, and I have a decaf coffee. I try to get, and I drink half calf normal coffee when I drink caffeinated coffee. I don't react well to caffeine. And the funny thing is, and it's funny because any ADHDers normally, you know, really love caffeine and it's really helpful, but for me, it literally just gives me, like, the shakes for the most part. Unless, like, I have a lot of other, you know, the ideal conditions in my body before I drink it, but it doesn't make me less tired. And it's funny looking back, like, in high school, I used to drink so many energy because I was exhausted all the time because I was autistic. And I kept drinking them because everybody else was like, it gives you energy. And so every time I would drink it, I'd be like, maybe this time it'll be different. But no, it just made me feel sick and weird and shaky. But I love coffee. Like, I love the beverage. So I have a shit ton of decaf coffee at all times. And it makes people laugh. They're like, I don't even see what is the point of drinking coffee if there's no caffeine. And I'm just like... My first thought is, like, that's like saying, like, what's the point of having sex if there's no orgasm? You know? I'm like, is that the only thing you're in it for? Like, there's a lot more going on than just that part. I love coffee. Hey, Cools. Hey, Lindsay. Love the video on House. Thank you so much. I loved making it. That was the first time. So here's some fun Lindsay's Fallout stream behind the scenes. that was the first time I had a huge section of that video at the end that I cut out. At some point I learned that it's a better hit for the algorithm if you upload like 9 a.m. in the morning as opposed to late the night before, because so much of how well the video performs like in the first few minutes determines the reach, and so you want to get there where there's going to be a lot of people who are likely to see it. And so I think the last 2 or 3 of the show videos I posted like early on Friday as opposed to, but I finished the video Thursday night. So what I used to do is I would finish the video Thursday night, and then because I wanted to check it off my list, because that's that sort of OCD adjacent autism that I have. And I went to and I'd want to get it online as soon as possible. But when I found out it was going to be better, I'm like, okay, well now that's kind of a cool opportunity to sleep on it and think about it before I put it online. Like, I don't know if how many of you were here for this, but when the stream after the video where I said something about an example of Maximus having feelings was, or not letting go of his feelings, was the dignity standing up for himself and not letting Titus walk all over him. And then I like lost sleep at like 3 a.m. because I realized, oh my god, I just used an example of Maximus watching a guy die as an example of him not giving up on his heart. And I'm like, that's just, the point could be made, and you guys were in chat were like, nah, I see where you were going with that. I still think it was a really bad example for the point that I was trying to make. And I like lost sleep over that, and then I had to kind of examine, is this worth losing sleep over? This is OCD leaning autism thing that I've got going on. But this time, because I, finished the video Thursday night and slept on it, when I woke up the next morning, I was like, there's a section at the end that I want gone. And I re-recorded the line. It was around the time when I said, I was talking about like, I tried to be an activist before, but then they left me on the ground with the rad scorpion stings. When I was tying it together with my personal experience, I went on way too big a tangent about my personal experience. Like, the point that I was making with it was worth making because I don't mind talking about myself in my videos. I know some people find it cringe, but I don't care. But it didn't need that many words to make the point that I was trying to make, I realized. And it did kind of cross that line of, you're using a Fallout channel to platform your own issues, your own damage. And so that section in there, I basically reduced a huge self-indulgent rant into, the boil points. Because, and I think the reason I ended up having that big rant in there is I didn't expect to feel so vulnerable talking about Mr. House. Like, between talking about PDA autism and the shared sort of orphan-y thing, and I also, was sort of diving into my dark side. Like, I was really revealing not desirable parts of myself. And that's why I started the video with, people play this game to explore parts of themselves that they wouldn't in real life. Like, I maybe I should have overtly said this, but I don't think I did, is that, yeah, in the context of being a fan of this fictional universe, I love Mr. House, but I wouldn't love him if I actually lived in that universe. I'd probably be a really, disillusioned, frustrated NCR member if I actually lived in that universe. But because it's a video game and a TV show and I'm outside of it and I can sort of indulge the parts of me that I would not want to actually engage in real life, my version of escapism, I guess, then I hold the character in really high regard. But and I really thought that I kind of made that clear at the beginning, where I was like, I hate this man. I would probably die fighting him. But it's Fallout, And yet I still got comments that didn't make that distinction, but oh well, it's the internet. Just want to say I've recently found your videos. You've done some amazing work with all of them. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Am I in focus? That's always the hardest part of this because my autofocus on my camera is not that great. And my monitor is far enough away from my face that, yeah, I feel like I need to get like, or okay. Did you find any good faith Fallout anti-woke videos? I'm sure it's possible, but you seem much better at being fair-minded than I sometimes am. I can, in one of my videos a long time ago, it's the scene with Maximus and Lucy walking across the train tracks, and how she asks, "Can you explain what I've missed the past 200 years?" And then when he says the bombs dropped when I was a kid, she like smiles and is like, "Is that what they taught you in your brotherhood?" Like she was literally asking him about stuff she missed, and yet when he said that, she assumed that he wasn't educated and that she knew better. Like she believed in her head that she was being fair and open-minded, and then she immediately did something that's classic close-minded, you know, making an arrogant assumption. And so sometimes because I am ego identified with being fair-minded, it can make me less fair-minded. It sneaks up on you. It sneaks the fuck up on you. Like, I'll do that thing that she does, and I'll be like, "Oh, that's what you think?" And they'll be like, "No, I mean this." And then I'll be like, "Fuck, I did the thing." And that's one of the reasons I talk about karma hits and wanting to bring it, you know, and the importance of being able to be imperfect in public and all of that. Because if you get too ego identified with "I'm so fair" and that's the guarantee that you've created a blind spot. Because when the evidence is being shown to you that you aren't this thing you're ego identified with being, then you will protect that false concept like you're protecting your own life. You know, like how when Maximus put the gun on Quintus, in his head, it was like putting a gun against his own head. So that's one of the reasons why I like having these streams with y'all and having these back and forth check-ins, and why you know, I'm really conscientious to make, I've called it before, I'm avoiding the muskification of my brain, where I coddle myself to the point that I'm not, it's really important to me to stay on my toes. So as far as for drinks, I have a bottle of Sunset Sarsaparilla next to me that my older son bought. I love the Sunset Sarsaparillas. I got one box of the Costco soda and I drank it all. And then I have another box that remains unopened, which I don't know if I'm expecting to leave it like that forever, but I don't know. It's the strategic reserve of my Fallout sodas. Give us a Lindsay cut. No, I mean, I can kind of tell you what I said, I guess maybe later, but no, I authentically cut it because I think you could all do without it. It was so self-indulgent. I mean, that's the thing about the way I do these videos where I just sit down and start recording, is they're impulsive. You know, they're very impulsive, and talking about Mr. House really got me thinking about some, because it's a part of me that's mad at the world, you know, that thinks that's why, like, that's why the video is, we deserve Mr. House, you know, like, it's basically, it comes from this part of me that's mad at people for letting me down, letting each other down, and, not choosing people who give you a choice. And, I gotta be careful. In fact, after the Ghoulsy video, whatever I do next, Ghoulsy video's in progress. I wanted to get it done before today, but what I've kind of learned is, I'm not gonna promise you guys a second video anymore. If I do, like, these little stream games, which I'll get to in a second, or, donation games, it's gonna be to do another stream, because a stream I can just sit down, talk to y'all, and there's no editing or post-production. But the video is just the nature of how I do them. And I keep lying to myself and being like, I'll streamline. I couldn't possibly streamline the process to be any smoother and faster than it already is. You know, so if I'm gonna for the time being, if we're playing a game to do an extra thing, it's gonna be an extra stream. And if you want me to hear my take on a certain topic like you would in a video, by all means bring questions to the streams, because y'all know I love questions. Um and then I can just talk about what you want me to talk about here live. Um I just think it's gonna be a lot easier to do it that way. So I'm gonna catch up on chat and I'll talk about what the game is. Um, I found there are some roasts, brew styles, and mix that just give me the shakes and anxious. Yeah. Sometimes it's weird what drinks can affect you. Um, Pours over versus French press, etc. Yeah. If I had more time and energy for a French press, but no, I use the Keurig pods. Before you blow my brains out, I do deconstruct those pods so that I can recycle the cup and put the innards in compost, and that kind of alleviates some of the environmental guilt. um, and I live in Portland, so they're pretty aggressive about, they're like, okay, you have this giant bucket every week that's going to take your recycling and your compost, but your trash is going to be a fraction of the size and it's coming every 2 weeks. So try to put as little in trash as possible, you goddamn profligate scum. And I'm like, I kind of needed this pressure from the state to, for the reverse skunk and Doc Widener's a wife for, I miss the days when mine started coming in and happy that it was almost like X-Men's Rogue, yeah. Yeah, Rogue may have been a crush for me too. Never thought about it. You know, the whole late blooming lesbian thing sort of sneaks up on you, like, who did I have a crush on? Muskification. Yeah. You know, before the Muskification, I would have, George Lucas is who I, likened this, phenomenon to. I don't see you becoming an egomaniac nor a megalomaniac, Lindsay. Ah, I'm glad that you believe that. This is literally something that, like, I'm starting to unpack in EMDR and therapy, is my fear of being a narcissist. Like, my overwhelming fear of becoming narcissistic. And that kind of ties to the connection to House as well, because I feel like if certain things in my life had gone just very, very slightly different, like, I feel like my life experience has tried to turn me into a villain. Like, the universe was like, have this experience. You a villain yet? Oh, okay, have this experience. You a villain yet? Okay, let's have you, like, throw everything into trying to save the world and then have the world totally abandon you. You a villain yet? And I think it's one of the reasons why when I talk about Lucy, I think in particular, I definitely in Privilege Ignorance and in another one, how I just want her to hang on. Like I really have always been drawn to the idea of Lucy influencing the ghoul and the ghoul influencing Lucy. Like, they both need a little bit more of the other. And there'd be something, and even though, like, when I see her, you know, do things like steal from Sunny Sundries, there's a part of me, like, I'm like, yep, this makes sense. You know, she's that goody two shoes thing. At this point, it would be weird if she, you know, it was a perfect thing for the story development wise for her to dip her toe into picking up red objects, red labeled objects. But I really want her to hang on because I don't want to give up. You know, I don't want to become Mr. House. You know. And that's funny, and that's why I'm, you know, holding back. I had an exchange with somebody in the chat who has done a lot of, like, mutual aid stuff, and I was just like, I don't want to give up on, but the universe and my brain just keeps, you know, confirmation bias, pointing me toward reasons to give up on people. And I think it's just going to realistically take me some time to not be in this cynical sort of state. It actually really does help a lot to watch other YouTube videos of fellow overthinkers. And it makes me feel less alone. Like, I just watched a video about a show I don't even watch, where this girl was talking about sort of mean girl behavior. I mean, she was talking about a lot of the same kind of toxic top kind of stuff that I talk about, but using different words and probably more holistic friendly terminology, which is something that I'm always trying to learn. I don't really want to sound pedantic, but I'm always balancing like sounding like a normal person with speaking precisely and getting the meaning across that I'm trying to say. And I'm always trying to refine how I word things to make sure that the intent of what I'm trying to say comes through. And it doesn't always. And I think it's one of the reasons why this is the area where I'm the most triggered. There was somebody, I think it's Rob Runa, you're here, right? If I remember correctly, you were the person who gave all the $1 so that we would hit the goal of doing the second video, right? And you said something in the comments, I believe it was you, correct me if I'm wrong, something about how sorry for triggering your PDA and telling you to do this thing. And I was like, no, that didn't trigger my PDA at all, because I set the stage for that. I was like, I made this promise. Like, so I had already decided that this was something I was willing to do before I made the offer. So the fact that you gave all the $1 to hit the goal was really sweet. I thought, and it was sweet that you were worried about triggering my PDA, but you know, all the one, like, it wasn't the ideal scenario. Ideally, it would be like more than $1 and it would be across different people. You know, it wouldn't be just this one person doing this heavy lifting, but seeing one person do that, like, it really warmed my heart. It didn't trigger my PDA at all. You gamed the system, which also shows divergent thinking, which I also admire whenever I see it. What does trigger my PDA is people making demands in comments about, you know, people who treat YouTubers like they're in a shopping mall and it's the job of everybody in the mall to be like a customer service rep and kiss your ass because they want your money. And that's not what this is. So that triggers my PDA. And people, and this isn't even a direct demand, but when people misunderstand what I'm saying, I kind of put a demand on myself that I have to explain it better so nobody misunderstands me. And that's my issues. That's like talking to my therapist about it. Trying to make peace with, if I'm serious about this and I want to keep doing it, my nervous system has to learn to not treat dissent as a threat. Because my brain was formed under conditions where disappointing people was not allowed, you know? So when I disappoint somebody, I take that as a command to stop disappointing them. And sometimes they overtly talk like that. And then I have to start like contextualizing, this is some asshole on the internet. This is not my mom. It's not my boss, you know? And then my brain will catch up and be like, no, it's actually really weird that they feel entitled. There's no reason for me to be mad when someone who has no power over the situation is being weird. That's not a threat. Thinking about how recycling is a scam after filling my car with recycling. You know, at least my karma's clear. I don't know what you saw about recycling. This is my understanding of like where the whole like recycling is a scam thing comes from. Is that you go through all the trouble and then basically like the recycled material gets sold to whoever buys it and will recycle something out of it. And if things aren't sold, then the recyclables end up in the trash anyway, you know? But then I see that, well, that's further down the chain. That's their sin and not mine. I did my part and put it in the recycling. And, you know, just doing that sort of cost benefit of thinking about your role in the system, in the bigger system. Isaiah Matthews says, love your videos. Thank you so much. Constructive progress versus chaotic stagnation. The delay. I don't know what you were responding to there. If you were a narcissist, you wouldn't be afraid of being a narcissist, would you? You know what, Fei Jun? I would have agreed with you. But at the time that I did think I was a narcissist, I was looking at the diagnostic criteria. And there's a lot of things that in conversation people say is a trait of narcissism that isn't in the diagnostic criteria. So, like things like, you know, if you were aware that you were a narcissist, then you couldn't be a narcissist. That's not in the diagnostic criteria. And if you think about it, it couldn't be, because that means nobody could get that diagnosis with consent. Think about it. If it is impossible to be a narcissist if you're aware that you're a narcissist, that means the only way that somebody can put that label on you is if you did not sign off on it. That's creepy. It kind of feels like this weird logical loophole, which is why I want to talk about narcissism a lot when talking about synths, because narcissists are kind of like the new boogeyman. They're the new communist. It's the thing everybody's afraid of being, wouldn't want to be caught dead being, and it's a moving target. It's like awkwardly defined. And so, when I thought I was a narcissist, what I thought was happening was that I am a rare narcissist that sees it. That I was a self-aware, basically what I thought was happening in my nervous system was that I was feeling the pain that narcissists do horrible things to avoid. You know, this kind of goes back into like my whole villain backstory thing. Is, like, I feel like there are like demons whispering to me to, you know, not literally, no disrespect to people who hear voices, that's not as big a crisis as you might think. It just means your auditory processors are involved in thought generation, but almost everybody has a not talking that you can hear voice. But a lot of people don't. Neurodivergent, social justice warrior shit in my brain right now. So, like, and I think that's why I did the Benny and House hour-long documentary, and why I did the super hour-long video about Johnny Silverhand, and why I'm fascinated by narcissistic characters, is because their way of looking at things isn't mysterious to me. You know, it's not like mysterious, scary evil. But then I have examined things like I said in the House video about how I'm not comfortable overpowering people. And then I look at some choices that I made in my past where there was kind of a fork in the road. And it was like, okay, if you go left, you know, you have no idea how you're going to succeed and you're going to have to fucking figure it out. You go right, you're evil. Are you going to make that choice? I don't want to spoil it, but an evil, villainous character that kind of gives me pause more than House, because House is a weird, he's not evil like this other character. Like, this is a character that's like evil, and I'm sitting here going, I relate to this villain more than I do the protagonists of this show. And that villain would be, because a part of me that's like, I wonder if you guys could guess it, but that would be Silco from Arcane. Silco from Arcane fucked me up. If I was okay with getting people addicted to a horrible, disfiguring drug, I think that's the only difference between me and Silco in a lot of ways. Particular, I don't want to spoil it, but if you've watched the show, there's a line where he says, "You'll die for a cause, but you won't fight for one." I'm like, that's me, dude. But the other scene that like made me go, oh, is the have you ever drowned? There's Peace in the Water. If you've watched the show, you know what scene I'm talking about, where he talks about the experience of almost drowning, and he says, but then there's this thing. So much of my inner world is in that moment on that show. Like, and I think you could also, bringing back to Fallout, could liken that moment to Joshua Graham. The fire inside of him burned brighter than the fire outside. There's a lot of, like, my issues with that. Like, I feel very tested by a lot of things. Like, okay, Lindsay, we've given you every reason on earth to be evil. And the reason I won't be isn't because I'm such a fucking hero, okay? That's not it. It's I recognize that I am a small piece of a bigger human community, and that preying on other people kills us all. It's stupid. That's why when I talk about narcissists and stuff and Quintus and stuff, I keep talking about this road goes nowhere. I sincerely don't want that road. I want real friends. I don't want to overpower people. I want to have real relationships. I want to care about people who care about me, and for us all to make the world a better place together. But the world makes it fucking hard to do that. And I have limits, you know, just like Maximus sitting there watching Titus die, of what I'm willing to put up with for the greater good. I have fucking limits. And yeah, and this is the stuff that, like, the section that I cut out really goes into, is like, I've given up enough, okay? The world's gonna have to meet me halfway, and until it does, I'm gonna do what I have to do in capitalism. I'm gonna generate images in ChatGPT. And I don't even... I use GPT less and less, and yet I'm getting more and more self-righteous about it, because I'm like, okay, once people start helping me doing the things that these tools help me do, then cool. But I'm not gonna sit here and keep taking the big moral hits that the social justice mob insists that I take, when nobody will step up to help me get what those sacrifices take from me, you know? So I'm just gonna make Fallout videos and talk about a video game franchise and live a little, not activist life, and reduce my damage and hold in this narcissistic demon inside of me. And once I believe I've met the people that I can make a real difference with, then I'm gonna do what I have to do. I did the dollars because I was afraid of you being disappointed for not meeting your goal. Oh my god, you're the world's cutest person! Stop! You're so cute. There are tons of bots everywhere. Just don't confuse allowing yourself to be yourself with narcissism. You know? that's cute. I'm not cute. That sounds so patronizing. But, like, my authentic self really is abrasive, you know, to a lot of people. Like, it's, I think that, that's one of the things that really confused me in the, in the neurodivergent unmasking movement, is I'm like, everybody else is rewarded when they unmask. When I unmask, everybody's like, okay, everybody unmasked, but not Lindsay. That's the kind of stuff that adds to that little demon, the evil demon in me, is, just, I feel like, and I think that has a lot to do with masculinity. That's one of the reasons I talk about men and masculinity and stuff as often as I do, is, there's a lot of, even though I'm not a man, I know what it's like, and I see what a lot of men are coming from with this, like, being feared before they've even done anything because of all the men from girls' past, or other people's past. Like, two of my closest friends are neurodivergent guys. I specify them as neurodivergent because I think it has to do with them being really emotionally in touch, you know? It is, you know, they're really big physically. I find your blunt honesty refreshing. Thank you, Feijun. That was nice. I think there's a lot of, anyway, these guys, because they're physically intimidating. They're bigger guys. And, that's something that causes them a lot of pain, to be treated like a threat because of just their body, you know? And I feel like, even though I don't have a big, intimidating man body, I have a skinny, tiny little girl body, but, my personality, even though I'm posing no actual threat, because I'm so firm, and because I don't hide any of my emotions, I think a lot of people, women especially, really underestimate how disproportionately comfortable they are with meekness, and how they confuse lack of meekness with threat. Like, just by being firm and clear about what I want, they're like, oh, you're not gonna, because they don't, there's a lack of social skills in, negotiating with a firm position. Like, this is hard to explain without an example, but, like, let's say me and a friend were, like, gonna watch a movie one night, and then, but we hadn't decided what we were gonna watch yet. And I'm like, well, I haven't seen Weapons yet. Do you want to watch Weapons? Because I have, like, a firm idea of what to watch, they don't know that they have the right to go, I was actually wanted to watch something more upbeat. They just kind of assume that because I said what I wanted and firmly, even if it is like, do you want this too, with a question, they still like are so trained with, it's my job to go along with what other people want me to do, what the man wants me to do, what Lindsay wants me to do. And so what happens is this like long-term sort of scope creep where I just think me and this person get along really well. But what I don't know is my firm clearness has been pushing into them like death by 1,000 cuts. And then people, it's actually not uncommon for me to have friendships where somebody just suddenly snaps on me. And then I'm mad. And I'm like, yeah, I'm mad because you made me think you were fine with this thing for a long time. And now you suddenly aren't. But then they take that as I was right the whole time. I thought that you were going to be nasty if I stood up for myself, and now I stood up for myself and you're being nasty, and they don't get that I wouldn't be mad if they had just said that they didn't like the thing at the appropriate time. I've lived out that pattern so many times, which is why now, like my best friends, I get really antsy and ahead of it being like, if you don't like this, please tell me. If you don't like this, please tell me. Because I can't go through this again. It's not fair. Like, I wasn't given a chance at the beginning to, steer in the direction the other person wanted. But then by the time it becomes a problem, you can actually kind of liken this a bit to the thing with Steph, where she did this horrible shit because she's like, they're racist against Canadians. Or is racist if it's a different nation? I guess technically, but like, or they're bigoted toward Canadians. And then when the truth came out, they were bigoted toward Canadians. And that's why in that video, I was like, it sucks that that's the thing that got them to fight back when she did all this horrible shit, before. That was a way bigger problem. But the fact that this is what got everybody all passionate is just gonna confirm, just like how, even though what I get mad about is people hiding what they're mad about from me for so long and then suddenly pivoting, it adds to their belief that, and I learned my lesson from that. I had a situation recently where something like that happened. This wasn't somebody that got mad at me. This was somebody who basically was protecting me from an inconvenience for a really long time. And then the shit hit the fan and then they couldn't protect me from that inconvenience anymore. And I was mad. I felt that thing bubble up where I was like, if you had told me you needed me to do this thing, I would have done it. But now we have this problem because you didn't tell me what you needed from me. And sometimes I describe it as people like, I feel like a dragon that's like in a cave by a village. And like everybody treats me like they're expecting me to freak out and get mad. And then that makes me freak out and get mad. And then I create, so I'm like, if I want to outgrow this pattern, I have to do my part. And if I want people to tell me the truth, I can't punish people for telling me the truth. So, but I also didn't dishonor myself or betray myself either. And I was calm and I was like, this is what we're going to do. I understand why you didn't tell me. But in that calm, regulated conversation, I was like, but just so you know, if there's frustration in my tone of voice, it's that if you had been open with me about this situation, we wouldn't have this problem. And I kind of wish you had been. And honestly, our friendship has only gotten stronger since this thing. I think I did a very good job of describing very vaguely. If this thing hadn't happened and, we started actually bonding and this person started messaging me more about more personal things. Like, I think I earned trust by handling it that way. And yeah, all right. Back to the downside of masking is no real self. If I can correct the universe through force, I probably would, It's a criminal that Silco only got one season. It was cool to see the flashback, but it's criminal that the whole show only got 2 seasons. Like, season 2 should have been extended over 3 seasons. But I think there was behind the scenes stuff that they had to wrap up that story. The mask downside of absolutely, through the majority of my life, I suffered from identity disturbance. And getting in touch with the authentic self is something that is very important to me, that I love talking about at any time, because it's real. And if there's anybody watching this who thinks that the idea of a real self is, I mean, it's not real in the sense that it's a concept, but there is a way to engage with the world where you are betraying yourself and suppressing yourself the minimum amount, when you are in the most alignment with the... It's worth pursuing. And if you've gone an extended period of time without embodying your authentic self, and then suddenly you do, and like, most obviously, I would think most trans people would have a tangible experience with that. When you feel the before and after, there's really no words for it. There's really, like, the emotions. That's a part of kind of the villain anger, is when you realize that everyone that you thought loved you wanted to keep you from that feeling of being yourself. When you realized, when you feel what you have been giving up for other people for your whole life, there really are there's no words for it. There's no words for it. The relief and the betrayal come hand in hand. That's one of the hardest parts, is like, it's like the better my life gets, the more I am able to conceptualize how shitty I allowed it to get before. And that's a part of, like, the kind of anger walk that I'm working through. Like, oh my god, don't get me started on K through 12 education for my ADHD. Like, I believed, and I was so respectful to all my teachers through all of K through 12. I gave them the benefit of the doubt. School didn't make any fucking sense to me. And yet I was like, but I'm a kid and they're teachers. And then when I look and see how much public education let down my neurotype, and what the weight that I trained myself to carry that wasn't mine, so much anger. I wonder if I'll ever end up talking about that. That's definitely something I gotta talk to my therapist about, is the K through 12. Because it's one thing to be mad at an abusive person, but when you're mad at an abusive, like, system and infrastructure, it's another level. I think your channel is a way of fighting. Thank you. I hope it's enough for now. Masking is a boss beast. It's, it does physical things to you. Like, as kids, they said, you know, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. That is factually incorrect. Like, that saying does not factor in nervous system damage. No, when people are traumatized emotionally and psychologically, the nervous system is a physical thing. It's just not something that everybody can see. I'm convinced that I'm not in focus. Maybe I just need to sit closer. This is gonna make me crazy. Funky Death Claw reminding you to like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Maybe that song getting stuck in my head is like a new promotion strategy. Socrates' debate about creating the perfect society. That's why Lindsay's Fallout is still an appropriate name, even if it's not specifically about the game. It's her there. Her is fine. Fallout in Lindsay the Unifier. And Lindsay is the Destroyer. Lindsay the Destroyer is in charge. You are cool and as fuck, by the way. You have amazing takes as a man. Me being a man, I mean. Thanks! That means a lot, because I always feel, awkward when I'm talking about a group that's not mine. 6'2", 210, wife is 5 feet, and she eventually got it through to me how scary I could be from size alone, because I am a very chill person, never thought of myself as scary. Yeah. It's that whole, like, I choose the bear thing. Remember, there is no such thing as perfect, only the illusion of perfection, and the things that last are the imperfect things that, yeah. It's hard. It's hard to give myself, like, to just coexist with some of the shit that people say in response to my content, but, it's worth it. It's worth it to figure it out. Still going through your backlog, but haven't seen if you had any commentary on Woody reporting Steph to Steph. Ah, I didn't talk about that specifically. Maybe ask if there is a video where you comment on it. I have not. And it's not that I don't have anything to say about it. It's that, like, I feel like I don't have anything to say about it that would add to just the scene itself. Let me think about that and get back to you. Because I do think that there's a lot there. I had a friend that was really self-conscious of his height. He felt like he always stuck out. Yeah. May I ask, not maybe. Yeah, I guess I read that. It's a good question. Should I write that down? Yeah, I should. I'll forget if I don't. Woody reporting Steph to Steph. Yeah, I need to process that because it's a really good question. It's funny because it's not really a question. By the way, when I always tell you guys to ask me questions, you totally can do what that person just did and be like, oh, just what's your thoughts about this moment? That counts. I feel your example about picking a movie. I get worried I make too many choices for the group amongst my friends, but when a question comes up, they all look at their shoes, and yeah, service top, yeah. There's oh, I feel that way about a lot of things. That's one of the things that kind of adds to the anger, is that people are like mad at me for being forceful and making decisions, but then they just fucking don't make decisions. I feel like something like that literally happened recently. Oh yeah, I was talking to a friend of mine who I was irritated that he would cut me off mid-sentence, and then he said something like, well, I never get a word in if I'm not interrupting you. And I was like, I see that, but like I was like, I would see that, but I literally stop and pause for a few seconds, like when I'm done with my thoughts, to give you time to speak. So I don't think this is my fault. But then he said that he's waiting during the pause to make sure I'm not going to start talking again. So I think he's just not talking, but he thinks like he's not sure he's allowed to talk unless there's a longer pause. So it was like this really frustrating back and forth, but we ended up, figuring it out. But it was like this ridiculous dance that, like, where basically I had to be like, look, okay, it's one thing to be like, I'm forceful and talk a lot and loud, but then there's just you being timid and not talking when the space is given to you. So this can't be all me, you know? Like, why is it that, like, sometimes I get frustrated that, like, I'm expected to respect other people's need to be timid, but they're not expected to respect my need to be assertive, you know? Like, I'd be willing to, and this actually is appropriate to say on Valentine's Day, because I think this is a big part of why I'm single, is that, like, I'm willing to walk halfway and meet somebody in the middle, but a lot of girls are, like, fully on the other side, and they're like, if you really liked me, you'd walk 100%. And I'm like, no. I'm just as scared as you are, you know? So, if I'm gonna walk 50%, you have to walk 50% too. So if any guys out there are, like, frustrated that it's, like, this reverse sexism thing, no, even masculine lesbians are frustrated about the same shit. Death by 1,000 cuts till a snap, losing oneself in a misdiagnosis by another man until the man I chose lost what made him oh. and he finally realized what he did and what I sacrificed for him. Oh, heavy. You've lived a life. Hi, I'm the trans people. Hello, trans people. Um, hello, the trans people. Yeah, it's always delicate when I'm talking about trans stuff because, like, I technically fall under the trans umbrella, but since I'm have way more privilege than a trans man, I don't usually frame it that way. So whenever a trans person vibes with my content, I take it as like a huge compliment. Like I take it as something extra special because I'm like, oh man, I just see so many reasons why trans people would be mad at me. And so when they're not, I'm super pumped. I kind of expect everybody to be mad at me all the time, honestly. I've been in therapy for 4 years and it's done wonders for me. Sometimes you gotta do it. And the therapist you have matters. I've had like 20 therapists in my life. And right now I have an autistic therapist. And thank God, it is so different. An autistic therapist. If you're autistic and you need therapy, try to get an autistic therapist. I can't even tell you. Like, I don't have to worry in the same way about being polite. Like, I can just be like, I felt like that was gaslighty when you said that. And then she'll be like, oh, well, that's definitely not the vibe that I want to give off. Let's, clear this up. And I don't know, there's something a lot more, oh, and I could literally tell my therapist, like, because she'll be like, I want to make sure you do your verbal processing and that, I'm a safe space for you to, and I was like, don't let me verbally process. I verbally process on my stream every week. Take me by the hand and make me do uncomfortable things. And she will. And we can like talk about it that literally and directly. Is that programming or did the personality really feel that way about him? Did he just see them as a way to improve his image and for him to test his technology? Oh, I don't want to interrupt your discussion, but I wanted to ask you when he's out the brain scans. The ones for Jane and Marilyn, when you betray Mr. House, they become really violent. Is that programming or did the personality really feel that way about him? I think that Fallout is very unclear about the sentience of a lot of AI programs. In the same way that Star Wars is unclear about it. And I feel like, I think it was, which newer Star Wars movie they finally like, started addressing like droid rights? I was like, these are conscious beings that were basically like slaves to like Luke and I'm like, it's cute. Like, oh, they're a robot and they're cute. But I'm like, I feel like Star Wars sort of avoids the morality question of the consciousness of these droids. However, in the case of Fallout, I think that it is vague on purpose, especially when you're debating and discussing things like the railroad and synths, because and I think they bring it up in Fallout 4. I've talked about it before. For all the shit Bethesda gets, the synth storyline is really good shit, because like, I think somebody has a line of dialogue, maybe it's Deacon or something. No, I can't remember who it is. Says something about, like, do they fight for toasters' rights as well? And, there's all this attention to protecting the Gen 3 synths that look and seem more like people. But then look at somebody like Curie, like, who was a nanny bot. And the game literally shows you that, like, yes, this is a conscious being that can, like, live in a humanoid body. So my answer to that question would really rely on having an understanding of something that is purposefully obscured from us in the games. You can distance yourself from people, but it's impossible to escape systems. Yeah, that's, that kind of goes back to what I said in one of my videos about when Lucy was talking back to the Legion and it was super cringy. I was talking about, when you are defining your rights in a certain way, and you are in an environment that doesn't believe that you have the rights that you believe you do, then you can, acculturate, blend in, mask. You can get the fuck out of Dodge and escape that situation. Or option 3 is influence. try to make a difference, right? And that is, and what I didn't include on that list is manipulate and overpower people to your own advantage, because that's what evil is. That's what we're trying to not do. I wanted to show what the options are, not doing that. And so that's kind of, you know, the whole activist bent, is that right now I live in a culture that doesn't agree with me on what my rights are, and I can't leave. And suppressing and masking gave me a nervous breakdown. So that leads us to option 3, influence, by making these videos and just inching forward, surviving day by day as best I can, holding my position, because I don't want to be evil. I don't want to have to be evil to survive this world. I don't want to have to be evil or dissolve. You know, there's just got to be another way. But so far, evil or dissolve have been my options. The axe forgets, the tree remembers. Like and subscribe. It sounds like work. Well, you don't have to do it. It helped me a lot to understand that the betrayals come from others avoiding their own reality. Yeah. Yeah, like, if other people would just be honest about what they want and what they're doing, I would orient around them. But when everybody's lying, whether they know they are or not, so had something bad happen many years ago that was nothing but words, but I'm still injured by it. Been through therapy and everything. Yeah, words can cause real damage. Man, there's a part of me that's like, want to hear the meanest thing that anybody ever said to me? But then I'm like, why would I want to relive that? Oh my god, so much has happened in chat. Thank you, Lord Nuke, for the $1. I appreciate it. I was a little late to the party to, when you sent that, but I was looking at chat. Tried to send you a Resident Evil 4, but it wasn't working. Oh, there's the cash to snag it, though. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god, okay. Okay, so get RE4, thank you. I didn't even go into the Steam thing. I was gonna set it up so my phone would give me a notification. See, this is exactly what I said was gonna happen, isn't it? There's no point making a list of what to talk about in advance, because I'm gonna end up responding to chat and have plenty of things to talk about. Okay, I'll just do that real fast, the Steam thing. So basically, here's what's up. I already mentioned that when we do these game things that I'm gonna do another stream instead of another video, because I realized it's just too much and I need to do things for money, and stream's a lot easier because I can sit down and talk to you and there's something to edit, etc, etc. And it's fun because we all get to hang out together and you can talk to me about whatever you want and ask me whatever questions that you want. But here's the thing, there's a bunch of Steam sales going on right now, and even though the responsible thing to do would be like, give me money, I need money to like live life. I know realistically I will never, I'm too behind on too many financial things to justify the expense of buying a game. But it really, but a lot of games that I want are on sale right now until like February 23rd or whatever. And especially Silent Hill 2. That, I cannot believe I don't own and haven't played that game. Silent Hill 2 is the, like, if you enjoy my video game obsession brain, Silent Hill 2 was the first game when I was 15 years old that I overanalyzed, and it showed me what a game could be. You know, the poetry of it. I'd never experienced anything like that. And it's so cool now being 40 and having played that in 15, and now we have, you know, YouTube and all these video game analysis videos. It's so cool seeing all these other people that are my age who also played it at the same time, you know, sort of enjoying this resurgence and the new attention that the remake is bringing. And I remember seeing when it was announced, and I was so excited there was going to be a video game and a movie. The movie, ooh, we'll come back to that. I want to talk about that actually. And the fact that I have kind of been waiting my entire adult life for this Silent Hill 2 remake. It's like, it looks like a dream come true. And the fact that I don't own it like hurts, and it's on sale right now. I think it's like half off. And I'm like, I've been like looking at this game at its $70 price point, and I'm like, there's no way. And it's stupid when it comes to, you know, Steam to pay a full price for any video game. And I just was like, I gotta ask my followers to help me get this game because I'm just not gonna get it any other way. Like I can't imagine, and it would be a shame. And I was like, so I'm just throwing that out there. I'll do another stream, or I'll probably beg for more money if somebody gets me this game. But I wanted to have it set up, and I just forgot to do this, that I would get like a notification on my phone when somebody bought the game. So if anybody buys it, come back to chat and tell me because I won't see it. I guess I might get an alert if I get an email. No, there would be an email to a different account though. That sucks that he couldn't do the Resident Evil 4 thing. But yeah, there are other games that are on sale too. Like I'm a big fan of the Resident Evil franchise and but I still haven't played Biohazard or Village. And I might actually, I think I talked about this in the video when I was complaining about maps. I was talking about, because in Resident Evil, you walk through the house or the setting, and then you have to look at your map separately. Silent Hill kind of works the same way, but I have a terrible sense of direction. So, it was really, really hard for me to play Resident Evil because I end up looking at the map every 5 fucking seconds. But it just occurred to me that now, unlike the last times I tried to play Resident Evil, I could put the map, like a screen grab of the map, up on my other monitor. And so I don't have to open it over and over again. And I think, I wouldn't be able to see where I am on it, but, you know, Resident Evil sort of map sections usually aren't that, complicated, so I think it could still work. I was really bummed that I couldn't find a mod that would put a map. Okay, back to chat. I'm kind of wondering if Woody is still alive and maybe got a little FEV for his trouble. Yeah, I'm like, that's on my list of unresolved things. 3. Oh, is that like how many super chats we've gotten? The Woody reporting to Steph thing is like anyone recognizing the flaws in any system. The rules say you must report. Yeah. It's sort of an extension of you can't the Audrey Lord, you can't fix the master's house with the master's tools sort of thing. Like if you're challenging the system, you can't challenge the system from within the system. There's a And it's kind of an example of Fallout being really direct with the metaphors, too. Opposites attract. So timid people are trying to learn from you to be assertive, and you are trying to kind of learn a little timidity since you worry about the narcissism. That's a fair perspective. I think it's a little generous, though. I think I end up hanging out with more timid people because I hate other narcissistic people. No, it's calmness. That's what I always think I'm drawn to, is calmness, because I'm so intense. That's what I feel like I'm trying to balance out. Like the timidness ends up being sort of an offshoot of, you know, everybody should be putting the same amount of effort together. As a trans girl, I absolutely vibe with your content. Yay! I'm glad. I'm very autistic, and I definitely think that is where we have so much in common. Yay! I'm glad. How severely abused women growing up. So I seeing myself my whole life. So people ask me, have I ever been in love? And I said, no, I don't know what it is because I don't know how to reciprocate it back. Oh, that's a big topic. But I feel like I have actually wanted to talk about love. But it has nothing to do with Fallout, but like, I have been drawn to that topic. Maybe we'll talk about it after the break, after I take a break. You guys can let me know in the chat if you guys want to hear how I define love. More woots and hoots for trans and anyone somewhere on the rainbow flag and neurospicy flag. Oh, you're so cute! For context, me and my kids are all over both flags, including one furry thing. I'm just happy that I can support them to be happy with themselves so long as that they harm none. Yeah. Raise little weirdos. Oh my god, that's so cute! See, this is what I like, the idea of, bringing this kind of positivity together. Just because the Institute 3D prints human beings with a chip in their brain doesn't mean it's not slavery. Bingo banga bongo! Good time zone friendly fiends, guys, ghouls, gals, and NB pals. Ha! You are most welcome. If it helps, my only female born doesn't want to be in my male born or other places. Gender is such a, That's something that's really frustrating, is that a lot of people who don't like vibe with the gender evolution that's happening right now. I'm like, if you trusted me and I sat in front of you, I could explain to you what you're not getting about what's going on with gender. Like, I would happily do it, but you like nip and bite at me and you don't trust me. This is why I always talk about the world is the way it is, because we don't trust each other. Like, there's a lot of things that people think is stupidity and stubbornness that's really just fear, because the information that these people don't have that we have, they won't receive it from us because they don't trust us, you know? I love Silent Hill 2, and I've played it so many times. Also, I have to run. Gotta work. Call. I'll be back. Love you. Ah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Silent Hill 2 is great. Did you play Galarians? No, I don't know what that is. Your family sounds like an amazing group of folks. Yeah. I think it sounds amazing too. I was teased for being a tomboy, but the only F in my family. I was a better hunter than the rest, so I grew up very conflicted. Man, it's funny. Like, there's a lot of people, you know, especially autistic people, who are just really lost in the gender, because they're not, we like things that are defined, and gender is poorly defined, and you're kind of, you know, criticized if you try to define it. But in my case, just the masculinity was just so obvious. And it was like, I like feminine qualities about me. I'm emotional, and I like art a lot. and I like talking about emotion. But and then there's a lot of just man shit that I can't do, like anything athletic. Oh yeah, the fact that I'm not really about getting good at video games is, I guess, is less masculine, you know. Video games are about exploration for me, not about competing. And I think that is very threatening to people who are good at the competing part, because they're like, you shouldn't be in our space if you don't care about getting good, because if you don't care about getting good, then the thing I'm good at isn't valuable to you. And that makes them feel very threatened. Ah, their perspectives are so small. I think it's another reason why a lot of these people can't break out of the shell, is because if they did, they'd look at how embarrassing they are. And you know, these are people that hate being cringe more than anything. I'm like, you don't know how cringe you actually are, and you wouldn't be able to handle it. So they double down for all eternity. I can't play games like Resident Evil and Silent Hill. I can barely watch someone play them either. I was fascinated by Resident Evil Village. It's so weird. You'd think with my nervous system that I would hate horror. And I do hate certain kinds of horror. What I would call, or what I would conceptualize as pointless horror. Pointless horror. But like movies like Midsummer, I could go on and on and on about Midsummer. Horror movies have horror things have great fucking metaphors. And I love me a metaphor. Vernon the Institute is just the Legion with extra steps. Man, that's actually an interesting, that is an interesting concept that maybe a future video, comparing and contrasting the Institute with the Legion. Hovering around the point of slavery. I mean, what they're doing with the mind blowers is very synthy. Finally got done Valentine's Day. So happy to finally be at the stream. Yay! I'm about to take a break though, but I guess you've been here for a while because of the delay. It doesn't show me the times. I wish I could see how long I've been going on for, but I guess they try to keep the chat window simple. Your comment on love is a valid question and heavy topic, but also one not to be afraid of, said from a few traumatized souls that keep making mistakes. Would the Starks be furries? Games, I'm assuming that's a Game of Thrones reference. Games are supposed to be fun, otherwise what is the point? What is that a response to? I mean, it depends on how you define fun. I mean, I think that, like, fun as in, yay, big smile on my face. Sometimes I like a game for being thoughtful, for being interesting. I think the purpose of game entertaining would be a better word than fun. I don't know. But I don't know the context of that statement. Games are for fun, try hard, and sick. Oh, yeah, oh, right, games are supposed to be fun. We're talking about competition, right? Yeah. And that's another thing is sometimes, like, I'm playing a different game. Like, for example, I really love in-game photography, which you guys are about to see, because when I go on break, I'm going to put on the BRB screen that has my Fallout 76 footage. I live for that shit. I love taking video and pictures inside the games. So sometimes I'll open a game and I'll fuck around with console commands. Or the way I've worded it before is I like making stuff out of games. So, you know, when I'll go online and be like, I need a cheat code to do XYZ, and they'll be like, oh, why don't you just play the game? I'm like, I'm making stuff out of the game. I'm playing a different game. I'm doing this for a different reason. Or maybe the game is, I want to add stuff to the wiki, and so I want to investigate all the corners of a quest. I haven't done that before, but I just take the pictures. But it's the kind of thing I would do. So I am doing these games differently from other people. There's so many ways to interpret a game or a show, or different ways to enjoy it. Horror can be cathartic to those adapted to extreme circumstances. I wish it was cathartic. Oh my god. Okay, so I don't know what's wrong with my nervous system, but I don't get relief. Like, you know how people, you know, playing shooting games, they, like, feel that tension when the enemy's in, and then when they shoot them all and everybody's clear, they get, like, this relief afterwards? I don't. I just stay tense. I've never, I think I've experienced relief in the past year, like, for 2 days. Sometimes I'll get up in the morning with, like, an anxiety spike at, like, 4 in the morning, and then, you know, I have, you know, cortisol spike. And then if I manage to fall back asleep after that cortisol spike for a little bit, I have like a short feeling of relief and peace. But for the most part, I'm just nervous and upset all the time. It really sucks. Speaking of Silent Hill 2, if anybody's played it, at the end when Angela's walking up the stairs on fire and says, "For me, it's always like this." Yeah, that hit hard. That's, that resonated really hard. It's the analog horror of YouTube. Yeah, I've seen some, you know, I think I've seen what you're talking about like, I same Lindsay, my CPTSD doesn't like horror, but I can handle certain kinds, even if the Fallout show is a bit of horror to me with the heads. Just made me feel nauseous. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't know if you're on the spectrum, but we can be really, really sensitive to visceral imagery. Like, I've known a lot of autistic people who can't stand seeing people throw up. So, like, I thought the thing of Lucy puking up the Addictol was hilarious. But that part of me that is carrying everybody's burdens all the time because I want people to not be scared of me, is like, oh, there's so many autistic people who are not going to be able to stand watching this. Responding to the hyper... Yeah. Intellectual stimulation is fun to some, yeah. I'm the most impressed by a game that makes me look at things differently. So, maybe this is another part of, like, the fear of narcissism sort of thing. But and the fear of the muskification of my brain is I want to stay agile in seeing other perspectives because I've had too many experiences of that cringe moment of realizing, oh my god, I was so dense about this really important issue. And so I'm always, like, afraid of being dense. And video games, because of how immersive they are and because they're interactive, in order to play the game, you have to engage it in a certain level in your brain, to orient yourself and make decisions of what you're going to do next, especially open world games. And I feel, but even if they're not open world, like, playing as Joel in The Last of Us, even though it's not open world, and then and then doing what you do at the end of the game, because you, like, played as him and identified with him the whole time, you know, experiencing what happens with him makes you hit differently. Silent Hill 2 is honestly another example of this. And so there's something about, you know, identifying with the protagonist. And also, Last of Us is a really good example of this. Because you're controlling whether you survive these encounters, it gives you this feeling of being responsible for Ellie. You know, and if you fuck up, you don't just die, you kill this kid. So it creates this sort of bond with that character as well. And I'm fascinated by how video games as an art form are able to accomplish that. Um, this sort of other level of now I can't remember. Did that cover the point that I was trying to get to? Okay, I can't remember what the beginning of that spiel was because I was looking at chat. Um, oh yeah, I was talking about how games allow me to put myself in other people's shoes. Allow me to see different perspectives better. I think that when Fallout is at its best, that's what Fallout accomplishes. I love the Vault-Tec game chair. Yeah. Thank you. Um, I think having a PDA profile and CPTSD stuff makes being peaceful hard. Yeah. Thank you. I have a Rider Tarot deck, is weirdly curated? What do you mean by that? Yep, I'm ADHD, same ADHD. ADHD! Wired and tired, baby, wired and tired. That cortisol strike thing you said was too real, right? Same for the cortisol spike versus relief. I loathe having to fill out the G80 and other form before each appointment. Oh, me too. PTSD is hard to come down from. CPTSD means that being tense is your normal. Yeah. Yeah, it's horrific. I mean, the only thing, that I've had, concept that I've had really any luck with is, especially with ADHD and CPTSD, is moving your body. It's a really ingrained habit. Stupid autism. I blame the autism for this. Trying to think your way into feeling better is a very autistic way of doing things, and sometimes you gotta move your body. What even is relaxing? Yeah, I don't know. Not diagnosed, but 95% sure I have inattentive ADHD, and I'm pretty sure I was misdiagnosed with BPD. Yeah, instead of ADHD with the hell of yeah. Well, yeah, I talk about identity disturbance a lot. As far as diagnostic criteria is concerned, that's strongly appropriate associated with BPD. It's not associated with autism, but I don't hit other characteristics of BPD. Like when I look at the BPD criteria, I think the biggest difference is probably the PDA element. Like BPD is terrified of being abandoned. That's like the core component. Basically take a lot of BPD, look, anxious attachment sort of stuff, but my fear is not being abandoned, which is kind of funny because I have been, but the fear is being put upon. It's the PDA. My fear is that I'm going to have things expected of me that I'm not going to be able to deliver on. So that makes me push people away because I don't want to let them down, Between the ADHD and the PDA, it's really important that I set the tone for what people expect from me. Things like I will do the second video if, like for me to, and that's why I freelance, and I would have been happy to get a job for I actually tried really hard to get a job before trying to do this freelance life again. But yeah, that's what causes my relationship dysfunction. And that PDA of not letting anybody ask anything of me and reacting the way I do to demands ended up inviting covert narcissists and avoidant attachers. Because avoidant attachers and covert narcissists don't seem to ask anything of me, So, we're just so compatible. But then they corral and groom me and position me by, basically putting these little bumpers that make me feel like I'm being rude if I cross these lines. So they never actually yell at me or boss me around or anything that, actually wrote a Substack article about this that I ended up having to learn. Lindsay, you, kind of going back to earlier, I was talking about my friend and how I had to not be mad at them when they were keeping this thing from me because I realized you have to make it safe for people to overtly ask. Choose the people who give you a choice, So that was my hard way learning that lesson, is if people ask me to do something, you should reward and do what is asked of you, because if you don't let anyone ask you, then you will be corralled. And, basically people will get you to do things without asking. If you don't choose the people who give you a choice, so there's a lot of wisdom in that. Choose the people who give you a choice. 100% similar track. So I was accused of having BPD and was like, no, I just don't put up with other people's shit. Yeah, that's kind of reminds me of the YouTube video that I watched earlier today about a TV show I don't even watch. Is they were talking about the whole idea of like people being too much, and I'm like, a lot of the time when people say somebody is too much, what they mean is this person isn't hiding themselves on behalf of the collective to my comfort level. But it's honestly, you're way safer around the people that are explosive and big like that, because at least they tell you what they want. Learned that lesson too hard, too late. It kind of was related to what I think I was saying the last stream about, what was I, referencing? Oh, I should take a break anyway. One of my latest people on my team made me watch a vid on BPD and versus narcissism, and it at least made me realize I'm not a narcissist. And 20 years into medication roulette and misdiagnosis makes me wonder if eventually I've noticed so much of ASD in myself, like audio processing disorder, hypermobile joints, and I struggle so much in school, struggle to notice boundaries, poor interoception, so much more. Oh yeah. Yeah, once you learn it, you're like, how did I not notice all this stuff before? But yeah, if you're not violating people's boundaries, then you're not too much. If you are violating other people's boundaries, then you are. That's the line. It's about boundaries. There's like too much against what? Alright, so now you guys get to enjoy my new BRB screen while I recenter my brains and enjoy.
do ba da. Ram ba la la la. Sha da dum, dun da na hey. Ba do ba do da la 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 little la. Ram ba rim bum ray. Dun da na dee. Ba da dip dip da. La 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 lula. Shooby shooby shabab shay. Da da na wee. Ba do ba do bang. La 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 la. Rang tang tang. Rumba rim bum boo. Da na na na. I sing for you. Oh, buddy ba doodle oh. La 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 la. Let it go. Rumba razzle. Da 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 da.
Alright, is my microphone on? Anyway, um, Unmasking Autism. That book, I was so nervous about reading it because, I get really nervous when, something it was so ubiquitous. Everybody was talking about that book. And I was like, what if I read the book and I don't like things it says, and then I'm gonna get anxiety, about how everybody loves this book. But I was actually really surprised, because Devin Price can be very, um, I don't know what pronouns they go by these days, but if you look at their, content, a lot of the other stuff they write, it can be very aggressive, very strongly worded. And so, and there can be in the autistic community a certain kind of Magneto adjacent militant, vibe. And I was really hoping that the book wouldn't, but it wasn't. It's actually, I would recommend it to an allistic person to, like, as far as like the stuff that I wish that allistic people just understood from the jump, it's actually a really good, starting. I mean, there's things that I would expand on, and have on my own, Substack, but, not bad. Roommate asked me tonight if I was ever diagnosed with autism. Look at what you've done. Yes, it's the autistic agenda. Loving the different BRB hold music and 76 games. Yeah, I didn't mind the previous one, but the random growl, yeah. It's there to fuck with you on purpose, that growl sound. I cried. Oh, really? It's because he's like, you've never heard that stuff, explained before? Yeah. I think that's, one of the exciting things to see. Like, there's a lot of, pushback, that, like, everybody wants a diagnosis because, like, everybody wants an excuse for victimhood or whatever. But, they don't get it when you are autistic and you don't know, and then when you find out and you finally have an answer for this question that you didn't even know how to explain, have that sort of Morpheus Neo moment, it makes an insane impact. I think that a lot of internet trolls are people that don't know they're autistic and are angry and, hyper fixating on things. Like the conspiracy theorist thing, a lot of it feels like, misdirected, autistic frustration, because so the autistic brain wants everything to make sense, wants everything to be in alignment with reality. So a lot of the lore thumper, like the lore obsession people, that really reeks of their meaning making map is aligned with Fallout lore, and they sort of rely on Fallout games to sort of have a reality that they can live in that makes sense because the real world is such chaos. And once you learn about autism and understand how your brain works, and you understand, like, oh, this is what, well, before you understand autism and how that affects your perception of reality, like, from an allistics point of view, and the way that they write about autistics and diagnostic criteria, they see us as we're separate. We are in our own little world. We are disconnected from human reciprocity. But from the autistic's point of view, allistics are living in a weird hive mind. Sometimes I call it the allistic hive mind. Like, from our perspective, we are looking at everything and thinking everything through and analyzing what we should do and how we should do it and breaking things down to understand. And from our perspective, allistics aren't thinking about anything and are basically like lemmings that follow each other. And so I think a lot of these angry troll type people, especially if they are white guys because of the social dominance of being white and being a man, these people feel marginalized and oppressed, but they don't have a concept or a reason that they feel that way. All they know is everybody else's marginalization, oppression, and issues are getting screen time, but I'm not because I'm a white man. And then they get angry, and then they, as I've described it in a bunch of my videos, rearranged the pieces given to them by power, using the master's tools, so to speak, to create meaning out of this oppression that they feel. And then that becomes weird alt-right stuff, incels, Fallout lore thumpers, Gamergate, that kind of thing. The oppression that they're feeling is very real, but they are misdiagnosing the cause. So when you have an autistic person who doesn't know they're autistic, doesn't know how it's affecting, how that impacts the way they see the world, and they look at the allistic hive mind, and from their perspective, they all know what they're doing, like, and we see the pattern of why they're doing that, you know, insecurity, trauma responses, etc. And we see why they're doing what they're doing, but they're not fessing up to it. Then a lot of these guys go, it's a conspiracy. They're lying to me. That is so common. When I was doing the ADHD coaching thing, just how often I saw autistic people who just could not be swayed the belief that they were constantly being lied to, without understanding that from the allistics point of view, these are things that don't need to be explained. The things that they aren't explaining. That it's just like, it's understood that you're supposed to do this and do that, and without realizing how much they're passively absorbing cultural norms that don't get passively absorbed by autistic people. And so then they go, well, the world doesn't make sense. Everybody lies. You know, Dr. House. Everybody lies. But I need, my autistic brain needs a reality that makes consistent sense. So I'm gonna escape into Fallout New Vegas, where I know what's going on. I know what to expect from people. And my choices matter is a big part of it. My choices matter. Because in the real world, my choices don't matter. The real world is I'm adrift in whatever the allistic hive mind wants to do with me, and I can't reason with it or negotiate with it because it's inconsistent and nobody's admitting what they're doing. So then they get attached to these video games and the lore of the video games, and then they feel personally betrayed and oppressed when Bethesda changes things or the TV show changes things, but they're not questioning that attachment to the video game lore. Because anybody who would suggest to them maybe you should question your attachment to the video game lore, they don't trust, because they've seen the inconsistencies and they think everybody lies. I do not have a Discord server because I can't take on that responsibility. But I have mentioned before, if y'all wanted to start a Feral Cools Discord and one of y'all wanted to manage it and run it, I would join it and I would peek in, but I can't be responsible for it. It's the channel is taking. I'm already way behind on stuff that I have to do to make money. Autistic people really need to know why something is. Yep. And yes, that's true. I've heard there's some apps, Matrix app. We also tend to think in rigid black and white thought patterns. I prefer, actually, I like saying binary thinking instead of black and white thinking because, if you have enough ones and zeros, you can make a complicated image. Like, we have to break everything down into black and white components. Yes, I'm always asking questions. My boyfriend gets annoyed. Yeah, we need to know. Discord is about to enable age restrictions, photo face. Oh yeah, a lot of people. Yeah, I saw stuff about that. The I'm wondering about. I haven't looked into it specifically. I mean, I have a really probably unhealthy sense of privacy. So I think I'm willing to take certain hits. Like I have, there's so much data. I really should go and clean up after myself, but it's bad. From what I'm seeing that Discord is doing, it's real bad. The fictional world I like to get lost in is into is fate. I've always been an admirer of history and myth. Yeah. Do you have not knowing I was autistic, I was the odd duck in every group until I just go. Yeah, once you know what's happening, and it's easier to orient yourself into social environments that are compatible instead of just going and trying all these new environments and then falling apart and then just thinking there's something wrong with me, or why can't I make this work? Why can't I make this fit? I'm addicted to rewatching and replaying certain things because I like knowing everything. Well, yeah. That's a huge thing with well, I can tell you about an ADHD Discord server I'm with. The host has a YouTube channel. Yeah, you said something earlier about being in a Discord of an ADHD coach. What is the name of the ADHD coach? Whose server you are on. I really hope it's somebody I don't know anything about. Unhealthy sense of privacy is my biggest PDA trait. Oh my god, I know who that is and I love them! Yes! Okay, thank god it's somebody I like. Oh my god. That's such a weird relief. But yeah. What is their pronouns? I don't know if that's how ADHD druids identifies. I'm pretty sure non-binary. But that is a very smart person that I haven't thought about in a long time, but that I hold in high regard. In fact, if you ask that person who Lindsay makes videos is, they will know. He, him, they, them, yeah. That's probably why I wasn't sure, because I was like, I'm glad it's somebody that I like. It makes perfect sense to me that you would vibe with that person and me. For sure. But yeah, something that when I was doing the ADHD coaching thing, I was developing a concept called truth gears, which there is a video about on my other channel. And a project I'm really looking forward to is teaching or explaining truth gears using nothing but Fallout examples. But that's probably gonna wait because, especially doing 2 videos this week, and I want to do something fun and lighthearted, especially all this talk about, the lore thumpers and the anti-woke and all of that, and my OCD leaning autism is like, oh, I want to clean up these wrinkles that are these people and their toxicity, but man, I want to just do something light. So right now I'm leaning toward my hopes for Fallout 5. Seems pretty not that social justice-y, and it'll be fun kind of list style video. I'm 47 years old and only took seriously the idea that I might be autistic 3 years ago. After I didn't learn and continued to learn about it, it makes so much more sense to me. It's been, yeah, there's a lot of things that get explained, and there's really nothing quite, I mean, we're all doing it right here, right? Sort of, bonding about the experience. I did want to tell you guys, speaking of autism, why I put that poll up. If you haven't seen it, I put a poll basically asking my audience, getting an idea of how many of you are self-aware, diagnosed or undiagnosed autistic people. And like something about 50% of the votes, definitely the one with the highest votes, was yes, I'm autistic. And so when I did the terms of service thing, the comment policy thing, I was expecting people are gonna think it was cringe and hate it and to be turned off by it. But I thought, like, this is a filtering thing. The people who don't like this are the people that I want. But I was really surprised seeing not only that I didn't get a lot of comments of people having a problem with it, I got the opposite. I got a lot of people who really liked it. A lot of people, even somebody who wanted to use it for their own channel and et cetera, et cetera. And I was like, well, that's unexpected. I was like, that was one of the things that made me think like, oh, this is like the best audience I've ever had. These are people that really vibe with, my value set and how I want to do this. And why this is the best audience that I've ever had. But eventually I did get, a couple like, oh, that's cringe. The terms of service is cringe. And, of course I deleted those people, but it just got me thinking, like, I wonder if a lot of people, I'm wondering if the people who like the comment policy are autistic people. Because a lot of autistic people that are chatting on the internet will leave a comment, will say something on a video and get like hostile social responses and have no idea what the fuck they did wrong. They'll have no idea what they did. And generally people who block you or get mad at you for leaving a socially unacceptable comment don't feel like they're under any obligation to explain to you what the problem was. And they're really not. That's kind of something that autistic people need to get used to, is we're not actually entitled to an explanation. We have to use our autistic brains to calculate the patterns of when people got pissed off and when they didn't. However, it is nice when somebody is generous and gives us the gift of an explanation. And so I think a lot of autistic people, when they saw my list, they're like, finally, they're telling me what it is that's going to piss, somebody's telling me what it is that's going to piss them off. So when I leave a comment, I'll know. And I think autistic people are the ones that don't mind pausing and reading it, because they sincerely don't want to piss people off. And something really unfortunate that happens to a lot of autistic people. So I have a really attuned allistic rudeness meter. Like, things that an allistic finds rude, I will find rude. The difference is that, because I don't know if the person leaving the comment is autistic, because if it was an allistic leaving that comment, it was rude. But an autistic might leave that comment because they've absorbed social norms from shitty allistics. Like, that's how they learn to talk. And they don't know the connotation is rude. They're just like, well, I see allistics get away with doing this, and so I'm gonna do it. And sometimes, and then when I find out, I'm like, oh, but if to somebody who, in good faith, wants to know why a comment came off as rude, I have no problem explaining. In fact, I kind of have the opposite problem where I want to over-explain, but I can't tell you how many times I've been afraid, explaining to somebody, this is why this was rude, this is why it rubbed me the wrong way, this is why it wasn't appropriate. And then I expect them to be mad at me for explaining. And then they go, oh, no, thank you for explaining. Like, thank you for not just hanging up on me and running away and making me sit there and figure out what the fuck happened. And I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I'm astonished by what people don't know is rude. Like, and I have to kind of get with me being like, this is an autistic person who learn to say this way, and you know what it's like, and they are proving that they aren't what you thought they were because they're receptive to you explaining how this comes off. But sometimes I'm just like, how did you expect me to react to that? Like, I'm trying to think of an example, but I don't know, it just feels rude because I'm thinking about like stuff that friends of mine have said, and I would eat broken glass if it was raspberry flavored. That's not a big flavor for me. Mint is a big thing for me. Mint everything. Mint all day. At the dentist, they're doing like the fluoride stuff, and they're like, "What flavor do you want?" I'm like, "Do you even have to ask?" That I was told potential employers would think I'm autistic if I told them I was self-studying both programming and IT by a friend from my school. Yeah, I think that they would. I'm hoping that these companies do the right thing. I actually wrote an article on my Substack about how companies should have autistic people, because the very same qualities that make us not team players also make us, see shit coming from a mile away and don't feel bad pointing it out. Did you know that there are clouds floating in space that are... What? Is that true? Clouds floating in space that are raspberry flavored? How would you even know that? Mint is always better at the dentist. Yeah, it tastes cleaner. And I've actually heard that that is really common for ADHDers, actually, is mint and cinnamon. Because mint and cinnamon are really strong flavors. And that's how we do. Oh yeah, we were gonna talk about love for the Valentine's Day stream. So I'm just gonna give this a shot. I think that my understanding of love is very hard to explain, so this might be not the best word. So this is sort of like a beta testing my description of love, and this is coming from somebody who grew up in a virtually loveless family, didn't understand love, and didn't really feel loved, and it wouldn't be fair to say that I wasn't loved at all my entire life, because I was either A, loved by people who didn't know how to show it, or I was loved by people who I pushed away because they had demands, So, because I didn't choose the people who gave me a choice, I chose manipulators and people who overpowered me. And I didn't know what love was, so I didn't have the forethought to... And I also chose people, because it was another big part of how I was raised, and one other thing that made me think I was a narcissist. I chose people for a strategic advantage. I tried to cling to the highest branch for when the flood comes, but that was literally what I was raised to do. My mom taught me that, you can make friends anywhere, so you may as well make friends with the people that will get you ahead. She used to say, if you don't hang out with an idiot garage mechanic, then you won't fall in love with an idiot garage mechanic. She literally said that. So, when there were good people or people that I could actually form meaningful emotional bonds with, I really had it in my head that, even when I recognized that these were good people, I still went, well, I have to get my strategic advantage, and I have to have my job and career position figured out. Otherwise, I can't meet their demands. I will be too overwhelmed. I have to be a bigger, better, badder person before I can connect. And that turned out to... The universe punished me like crazy for having that worldview. So I think that one of the hardest things... Not hardest things, most... poorly explained, let me see, how do I start? I'm gonna look at chat for a second, I'll go back. I want to say that, with how big the internet is, that you should trust your luck and you'll eventually find an audience. But from your experience, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's wrong. I think that it's, I think there were a lot of contradictory forces at play. Because in theory, not just on the internet, but in life, if you are projecting your authentic self, and you're exposing it to the world, and you're like minds and people will find you. However, people are unfortunately, because of negativity bias, and the addictive nature of dopamine and fighting, having a common enemy, like that's why, you know, supposedly, you know, there's all these Bethesda shills that are running around saying good things about the Fallout TV show, and yet the videos by like Synthetic Man get like a bazillion views, because people are more motivated to take action, to fight or flee from what they fear, than they are moved to connect with something they are in alignment with. Because what do I keep saying in every fucking video? Love is vulnerability, connection is vulnerability. So attacking the monster or running away from the monster feels safer, you know, and the nervous system pushes people in that direction. So and the unfortunate reality is being your authentic self, putting yourself out there and waiting for the right audience to come to you. It's worth it, but it takes more time. It's you like the bubblegum toothpaste. I like the bubblegum stuff. Bubble mint is a good flavor of gum. Green mint chocolate chip is a great ice cream flavor. Alright, so now that we're done talking about ice cream, let's start going back to the topic of love. So I understood love a lot better when I started looking at fear and love as opposites, and saw that it's so funny to quote Disney on this one, but love is an open door. And a lot of people would look at me saying that the Disney song, if you don't know what I'm talking about, the song Frozen, Love is an Open Door, is basically sung when somebody's getting, you know, caught up in an abusive, dishonest relationship. But that's honestly why the description of love is an open door is so good, and why that song is a good example, because it highlights the fact that when you love someone, when you're opening yourself up to loving somebody, it's an open door, and that means that something good can come into it or something bad. That there's a trust there, that there's a vulnerability. So Anna's love was authentic, so her door was open, but I can't remember his name, Hans or something. He was nefarious, malevolent, and exploited that open door. And meanwhile, fear, the opposite direction, is closing the door, is fencing yourself off. I mentioned this in one video, and somebody was like, are you referring to the Donnie Darko framework? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a personal development teacher in the movie Donnie Darko that teaches this love and fear opposite thing. And it's irritating, and I wish that movie didn't have that, because when I talk about love versus fear as polar opposites, I'm sort of suggesting the opposite of what this character in Donnie Darko was saying. The Donnie Darko character was saying that the right direction is love, things that feel good, things that are comfortable, and then fear is, and fear is the direction of the thing that makes you clenched up and nervous, and basically saying, don't do anything that's scary, do things that feel good. But when I say choose love over fear, love oftentimes is about overcoming fear. Like that framework says, if something's scary, run the opposite direction. To me, if you run the opposite direction of something that's scary, you're obeying fear. That's not choosing, like love is the most effective, for lack of a better word, when you are overcoming and you don't let fear boss you around, right? Yes, there are times when it is absolutely appropriate to run the opposite direction of fear. Fear is there for a reason. But, I talked about this in the Addicts video, is that when you make that decision, are you honoring yourself or are you honoring your programming? Like in my case, I was afraid, not when I was worried about consequences to me, but when I was worried about consequences to abusive, overpowering forces. Like, it's funny looking back, I did like some porn webcam stuff, and I remember it used to be like my number one fear in the million years if my parents ever found out that or saw that. And I remember like having like a huge anxiety and like, you know, reaching out to sites and about getting the content removed because I hated the idea that this stuff was just out there that anybody could see. And now I'm like, oh my god, who would give a shit? I feel like if any of you ended up coming across some old slutty pictures of me, slutty pictures, that you would probably laugh out loud, and probably so would I. Like, who cares? Oh my god, like but the way that that was so deeply programmed. It wasn't about what was going to happen to me, it was about how it was going to affect my family. And then when I realized my family treated me like crap. But anyway, going back to the love thing. So I think it's important when we're looking at what love is, I think that love is a lot like fire in the sense that it is not a thing, it is a state of being that a thing could be in. Like a person falls in love in the same way an object catches on fire, you know? And that state of love is an open door. It is allowing. I think allowing is probably the strongest synonym for love. That when you love someone, you are allowing them to impact your being. And if you fear someone, you do not allow them to impact your being. And I think that far too many people think of love and fear as emotions. Like, there is an emotion that we associate with love, and there is an emotion that we associate with fear, but they're states of being, and those feelings are just indicators of whether you're in that state of being. But I think because so many people think that love is a feeling and not a state of being, they, when they're with a person that could be the right person, a really safe, secure connection, but they don't feel all the warm and fuzzies, then they think that they're not in love, or that there's not, they're looking for a feeling, when love is a lot more about trust and allowing. When you're in love, those of you who have been in a long-term loving relationship, you know as well as I do that the feelings go up and down. There are good days and bad days, you know? The question is, do you trust and allow that person's good days and bad days to be a part of you? I think another thing that people confuse and think that they think love is a feeling. They think that love is affinity. Like, I love this movie, I love this TV show, I love this person, you know? But a movie and a TV show or a song are like a static, isolated object. It doesn't require as much trust to let that movie in because it's predictable, it's contained, it's not gonna switch things up on you. But a person always can and always will change. And when you love them and you allow them into your being, you're basically like, I'm allowing this person's journey that I can't control to impact my reality. That is how parents must view their kids. That the way that they change and grow and evolve, even if they don't control it, you know, that they still have to allow what that they can't take the child's choices away just so they're less impacted by chaos. And I think that's why I got so fucked up with like a PDA autistic mother, and why I ended up having identity disturbances. She wouldn't allow me to become myself because then I was too big a risk, too big a liability, and she had to be able to control, she had to be able to Mr. House and control and predict what I did. And so I ended up getting sort of corralled and forming this artificial personality just so I wouldn't make her upset. And that did a lot of damage to me. And so, like a sentiment, because people don't conceptualize love this way as this allowing yourself to be vulnerable, to be impacted by another person you can't control, it's creating a sentiment that I see a lot in personal development that really rubs me the wrong way. And that is it's been sort of a sentiment for a while that if you don't love yourself, you can't love anybody else. But in modern discussions of love and personal development, they're like, well, you know, people need community and connection, so that's not fair. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, these people, you can't say you have to figure out how to love yourself by yourself. You need to be able to co-regulate, you need to be able to have connection, and putting pressure on people to do all the work of loving themselves by themselves doesn't make sense. And I'm telling you, based on my framework that I just described, you cannot love anybody else until you love yourself. Think about it. How can you allow someone to impact you if you haven't allowed yourself? Doesn't make any sense. If you don't love yourself, if you don't allow the nature of your brain and your body to impact you, if you push yourself away, which is the alternative to loving yourself, then you don't know yourself enough to build a connection with another person. You should just, like, that's why I didn't have any healthy relationships until, like, the past few years of my life, because I wasn't there, you know? I think I touched on this when I was talking about Reg, and how he wants what everybody wants. He wants connection. He wants, but he can't feel connected if he's not taking up space, if he's suppressing himself, if he's not himself. If you are not yourself, yourself cannot connect authentically with another person. So I think when people say, how can you expect me to love myself? They're thinking, how can you expect me to have affinity for myself? How can you expect me to, but that's skipping ahead. If you aren't allowing yourself, you can't have affinity for yourself yet. But people who don't love themselves, people who hate themselves and suppress themselves, and push themselves away, they feel the pain and the suffering of that. They don't want to do it, but they need social inclusion more than they, or they believe they need social inclusion. But that's why, if you really want to have authentic human connections, and you have to let yourself through, and you have to love yourself more than other people. You have to. And once you do, and you allow yourself to come out of you, you're going to push people away. An excellent quote. I'm like, I doubt she made this up, but the actress Florence Pugh said this in the video that went viral on the internet. And she said, when you stop people pleasing, people won't be pleased. And beautifully fucking said. What a great line. So if you have to decide to have faith that there are compatible, healthy relationships for you out there, but you have to let the fake you go. And this goes back to something I've talked about in multiple videos, is you have to let the old thing go. You have to leave the vault to find the people that will love you as yourself. Because when you let you out, what people want to happen is, oh, once I stop masking and I let me out, then people around me will finally like me and be nice to me. No, maybe if that happens, great. But what you have to prepare yourself for is that you will lose, the possibility that you will lose everyone, which I did. I do not associate with a single person from basically, I mean, there are a couple people that I have, you know, more like friendly acquaintance. Like, there are a couple people from my past, so I don't want to say no one. That's black and white thinking, right? But as far as the people that I count on, the chosen family, the people that I will call, the people that I put as an emergency contact, all of those people, I lost everyone that I was significantly close to. And I was scared. But now I have the best friends that I've ever had. You have to, everything new in this universe was, everything new that ever created by a person was believed in before it was seen. It's so important. But until I allowed myself, until I loved myself, until I opened my door to myself, how could I connect with anybody? They'd never met me before, you know? Alright, so now catching up on chat. We were seeing it different. It doesn't make sense. I always hated when people said that all the time. Yeah. So underrated. Love that sort of. I think life is largely a lifelong study of understanding oneself within the universe at large. Yeah, I agree. If you have to live up to someone else's standards in order to feel love, that isn't love. Bingo, bango. I agree that love is given versus conditional, and yet we are in a society that constantly confuses both. Once again, oh, that's another thing that's constantly confused with love. So I was talking about how people think it's affinity. No, it's not. People think that it's an emotion. No, it's not. Something else that love is not is an agreement. What's the word I'm looking for? Love is not a resource. Love is not energy. That's what I'm trying to say here. So, we think that giving love to somebody is doing favors, buying them gifts. Those are ways to show love, but that's not what love itself is. Those are things that you do to make the person feel loved, right? And so I think in a video recently, I said, actually, yeah, this was why I think I wanted to talk about love. I said, the topic was, we were talking about when Cooper asks the congresswoman, why can't you sell it better? Ooh, this is a great segue to that. Yes, I'm glad that you said that. So, why can't you sell it better? And I was like, because goodness can't be sold. Goodness and love, when I talk about goodness and love, basically I would define goodness, other than being willing to redefine your definition of goodness, is, like, let's say love is a step forward and fear is a step back. So every time you open the door to something, take a risk, open yourself to vulnerability, allow yourself to be impacted by somebody else, right? That's a step forward. And then every time you close the door to somebody, or you protect yourself and you close off vulnerability because you perceive risk, which, let's say that's a step back, right? To me, goodness is net forward motion. So if you're living your life in a way that you are loving more than you're fearing, if you're opening yourself more than you are taking karma hits, if the net trajectory is forward, then that is living a good life. That is how I would define it. So when people think of love as energy, like the showing love activities, like, yes, you need to have a healthy relationship, be willing to invest a certain amount of energy, but that energy is not what the love is. Being in a state of love allows that energy to travel through the open door, right? And I think that's why people get caught in transactional thinking of love, right? Like, if, let's say, a friend of mine, is really upset about something. If, like, a family member died. If I love them, then the pain that they're feeling about their loved one dying hurts me too. Because I've allowed their feelings, their reality to impact my heart, right? So that is love. So then, like, showing love would be like reaching out, seeing if they're okay, seeing if they need anything, right? Now, if I love them, like if you're an avoidant, for instance, you might love somebody and allow their pain to affect you, but then go, I'm gonna run away and hide. I can't be expected to show or do anything because that's too much cost to me, that's too much vulnerability, and I'm running away. So, that's why it's really important when you love somebody and they're impacting you and you're impacting them to, like, have good communication about love languages and how we need to show love to each other. And, but this idea of conflating the energy with the love and not having those conversations about capacity and what you can and can't do, then it just builds resentment And then also people who don't really love you but are using your idea of love to manipulate you into doing things. You know, there should be a feeling of reciprocity in a loving relationship. But that reciprocity, if it's it can't be broken down into these measurable energy depletion actions of, well, I did this for you and you did this for me, because the process of wanting to tabulate how much energy you're giving versus the energy that they're giving is fear. That's closing a door. If you're in a loving, trusting relationship, you don't need to tabulate all that stuff because you trust that person that you don't have to do that. That's what makes the relationship healthy. If you feel like you have to do that or it's rude for them to expect you not to do that, that's not a healthy relationship, and you need to talk about what you need to do to build that trust. When you're in a healthy, trusting friendship relationship, letting it be free is safe. Am I drinking out of... No, it's an overcooked mug, which is actually one of my favorite multiplayer games, and so it has the measuring cups on it. It's really handy. For me, love is self-assured mutual comfort. Whatever works for you. Thanks for the $5. What sucks is when you get that line and then get gaslit for being yourself and setting boundaries as you learn and grow over time. Yeah. Eventually, it is. I'm easier said than done. But if people don't like you setting authentic boundaries and you're being really authentic, then they're not for you. Oh, and another thing about love is that and this relates to love and boundaries. So I said love is an open door, and fear is closing the door, right? And then the gate that door is in would be your boundaries, right? So this is a very important thing, is when you love somebody and a door is open and you're allowing yourself to be vulnerable to how that person is impacting you, then your boundaries should adjust. And once again, if it is a loving, trusting relationship, then those adjustments to your boundaries are not going to hurt you, because that's kind of how you dictate. Like, if you have a brick wall, if your boundaries are a brick wall around you and you don't let people cross over, then you don't love them. Like, because you don't trust them to impact you, right? And this goes back to, so nobody can force you to change your boundaries. And once again, this is the difference between love and transaction and control, right? The idea is you trust this person so much that they can impact your boundaries. And I don't mean shatter through them like a wrecking ball. I mean, like, when somebody is truly impacting your heart, you will change. You will be changed by that person. You will grow, and your the way that you perceive reality, the things that you believe, the things you care about, you're allowing a person to impact you. If you think that you can love somebody without allowing them to impact you, you might be confusing it with affinity and an emotion. Love cannot and should not make you feel super comfortable 100% of the time. Life shouldn't make you feel comfortable 100% of the time. I mean, think about how much your own body can cause you pain, and we already talked about why you have to love yourself. You know? And if your boundaries are a brick wall, then, and you never let anybody impact you, then you will be lonely. And that feeling of loneliness will never stop. You'll be surrounded by people. This kind of goes back to what I was saying about toxic tops and the Quintuses and the Stephanies of the world. it doesn't matter how many bumbling bottoms Quintus gets underneath him. He will still be scared and lonely if his boundaries are a brick wall. You know? Feral Cools for the win. Happy Valentine's Day, Singles Awareness Day. Thank you, Aruna, for the $2. Yeah, and I'm leaving the. I know the Resident Evil 4 thing will be purchased, but I'm leaving the graphic on the screen just in case somebody gets me Silent Hill 2. I'm holding on to hope that somebody will get me Silent Hill 2. This makes me hope that the Fallout show shows someone in love making a mistake in one's view and the other changing their mind or adapting. Best if both are shown in similar but different ways. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. You were the one that came up with the cool ghouls. And then, yes. Feral Cools. I'm working on, sort of in the background, like a Feral Cools graphic banner type thing. You know, something that looks like the Atom Cats thing, so they would make a good patch to put on the back of a jacket. I'm definitely picturing, like, a biker jacket emblem kind of thing. Like, I was picturing, like, a kind of a ghoulish, skullish looking face with, sunglasses on, because it's cool. And maybe, like, maybe a mushroom cloud in the lenses. What did you think about Maximus and Lucy's hug at the end of episode 8? Actually, that was very Singles awareness moment for me. I was like, I've been waiting to see those two get back together, and then I was kind of, you know, I guess I'm kind of going through one of those, arcs of, you know, the stuff I was talking about when I was talking about House, the bitterness. And you know, the evil version of Lindsay that will hopefully never come out has a little bit of incelish type qualities. Because I mentioned in a video once, I was talking about people who are in relationships all the time because they can't stand being single, and how I kind of related that because I'm always in like some sort of toxic arrangement of letting somebody overpower me. Similar to that, like, and also earlier in this chat, I was talking about one of the reasons I thought I was a narcissist was because I thought, like, I was feeling, because I don't engage in narcissistic tactics, I thought I was feeling the pain, that a narcissist would feel if they abstained from narcissism. And similarly, I am not built to be single. I'm not. I've often in, like, a duo, like a friendship duo, because romantic relationships don't go anywhere. And I'm really built to be in a pairing. And yet I have, my longest relationship was 1.5 years with a man. And when I dated men, I was hostile because I didn't know, identity disturbance. I hated it, but I didn't know why. And so I took it out on them. I was really shitty to the guys that I dated. I have, like, memories. I remember this one guy was like, he said something about me having contempt for him. And then another guy, this is the only guy that actually broke up with me. Usually I was always the dumper, but this guy actually broke up with me, which was so confusing. I was like, I'm never dumped. What is this? And he said that and I remember word for word, he said that I made him feel bad about himself. And I remember when he said that, I was like, I see why. I didn't get defensive at all. I was defensive at first when I was confused. But once he said that, I was like, yeah. And then once the big gay reveal happened, I was like, oh, that's why I was shitty to all these guys that I dated, because I was mad because I didn't want to date men, you know, and I didn't know that about myself yet because of all the enmeshment and suppression. But, alright, I was talking about, right, so I'm really not built to be single, but I have such trouble, and I kind of already talked about this, the 50% thing, where, like, I'll have a courtship dance with a female, and I will take the 50% step, and then they're like, nope, but you're the mask, you're supposed to go 100%, or I don't feel safe, and then I'm like, well, fine, peace out. Like, I mean, there's been a lot more stories that are more complicated than that, but in a nutshell, like, I, tend to be pretty... They ask for too much. Oh, you hit the nail. What specifically did I say that made you say hit the nail on the head? Trying to love myself before I realized I was trans was almost near impossible. Yeah. Because you're kind of betraying yourself, you know, before you embrace your authentic self. Like, that's a big part of the sort of the trauma healing unpacking process, is confronting the betrayals. Like, it was a lot of untangling for me in the big gay reveal to be like, I basically sexually assaulted myself over and over and over again. How do you trust yourself after that? I put myself in abusive relationships. I did a lot of things I hated doing. I put myself through hell. So there's the self-trust was broken, and trying to like stop and be like, okay, I need to, if I want to have a good relationship with my body and my mind, I need to treat my body and my mind better than this. Single versus pairing struggle. Damn it, Lindsay's fault. You keep saying stuff that resonates far too well. Yeah, because the last thing that I want to do is be in a relationship just to be in a relationship. That's fucking crazy. What I did try to do, not that long ago, was the hookup thing. Because I was like, you know, we're living in this freewheeling time, and I deserve to have sex because I'm awesome. And if I'm super autistic and on the level being like, this is what I'm offering. But here's what I ended up fucking realizing, and I wish this wasn't true. So, if any of you have ever, like, tried to hook up with strangers on the internet, it is customary to, like, meet in person and talk to them and sanity check. And a lot of women want to do that in public for understandable reasons, to, like, make sure you're not a fucking crazy person before they, like, come over to your house. And what I kind of learned from that process is, okay, if I meet a girl that I'm attracted to enough that I want to have sex with this person, and I meet them in person and I chat with them and I get an impression that I think this person is self-aware and trustworthy and emotionally mature enough to do a fuck buddy situation without it getting complicated, then I kind of want to date that person, frankly. Like, I was like, if they pass, like, because how many check boxes do you expect somebody to pass off on a first date anyway? You know? And I'm like, then I end up just being sad that it's not gonna be any more than that, and then I don't want to do it anymore. You know? And so I'm like, I hate that this is true. I wish I could just hook up and be fine with it, but I'm too big a ball of emotions. Like, it's all, like, just, that, the amount of just, like, caring about them as a human being, the bare minimum of how much a person should be cared about in this context, that's already a big investment of energy, you know? And so I don't want to put myself through that if there's no chance at a relationship. And so, like, a couple times there was, like, somebody that I thought was, like, started off as a fuck buddy thing because that was gonna be less demanding for my PDA, I guess. And it sort of started to evolve into something more, and then blew up in my face, and I ended up kind of learning the hard way, like, Lindsay, when you met these girls, it was in a fuck buddy context. Are you really shocked that, they ended up not being a good, serious investment? So if you're gonna do this, do it for real. But I'm in, like, and so I guess I kind of do this, like, dipping in and out, like, I'll try to date for a bit, and then I'll want to fucking blow my brains out, and then I'll try again. And it's been a long dip now, because I'm just like, I can't, as soon as I get to a point where, like, I hate women, and that inner incel starts to get feisty, then I'm like, okay, we need to take a break, because you can't date with an attitude that women owe you something, that women owe it to you to be what you need them to be, which is how it gets when I get super, shitty and super cynical. So I'm like, until you're at a place where you can open that door, where you can risk the vulnerability, where you have faith again, then don't fucking lie to yourself, keep the door closed until you're ready to open it again, because the right girl for you deserves that. Deserves a part of you that is not sitting there going, can you be trusted? Because I hate when girls treat me that way. Fucking hate it. As we kind of talked about, is I hate being treated like a threat before I've done anything. I have a Fallout Quest love adjacent that's been bugging me for 2 seasons. I'm trying to grapple with the idea that Hank is a bad person and a good father. Whoa! Big question. Maybe I'm not qualified because I'm not a parent. Maybe I'm not qualified. Should I take another break? Maybe I'll think about that. I'm perplexed by Hank's duality or villain of Faller. Me too, well, that's a good Fallout question. I'm gonna take another break and then come back and hopefully have an answer about the Hank parent thing. Because we've been kind of distracted from Fallout, huh? Let's go back to Fallout stuff. While I'm on break, I cordially invite you all to give me more questions. It's question time. Okay, my autism has processed that Hank father question. Before I do, I am still gonna do the other stream at the end. We'll see who's here and talk about when to schedule it. But I am still holding out hope that somebody will buy me Silent Hill 2. This is Heaven's Night. It is from Silent Hill 2. I also have a Heaven's Night neon sign that I just have never put up because I'm not that kind of lesbian. I can't put things up. But I want to address the now that I've processed the Hank being, how can Hank be such a bad person but be a good father? And my man, the delay is long. I'm looking at the stream live. It still shows the BRB screen right now. Maybe there's a way to fix that. Anyway, I have filed Hank after I've done my autistic deliberation. I am filing Hank under not a good father. He is not a good person, nor is he a good father. Now, I want to qualify that by explaining the good things. One is he was not an abusive father, nor was he a neglectful father. He succeeded in making Lucy feel loved. We don't really know if he succeeded in that regard with Norm, but with Lucy, he did. And that gave her, no, it's on my, my Steam wishlist. Silent Hill 2 is on my Steam wishlist. The link is in the description. And blah, blah, blah. Back to the Hank thing, right? So, and I made a really big deal out of, in the Privilege Ignorance video, that Lucy's healthy nervous system, very, very important. And her carrying that forward into the wasteland. But here is why it doesn't change the fact that he's a bad father. Because other than making your child feel loved, another responsibility of a good parent is to prepare your child for the real world. Did he do that? No. No. What he did, and this is what a bad parent does, is trained and conditioned her according to his values. His independent personal values. Not allowing her to explore the world and go on her own journey and define reality. And he almost took that to such an extreme that he was going to put a chip in the back of her head to make her operate according to his values and his worldview. So, bad father is my verdict. Especially speaking as somebody with enmeshment trauma, because even though my mom damaged me, like almost like hurt me feels like an understatement, because of the way she damaged me according to her specifications, I still continued to live with her and work for her into my 30s. Because the way she conditioned me, I couldn't survive without her. I was tuned to her specifications. Nobody else liked me. Nobody else loved me. Nobody else, protected or cared for or looked after my interests in any way. I had to smush myself into the jello mold of her specifications, and it was, humiliating, and, it basically just molded me into her property. And I think at the beginning of the stream I was talking about identity disturbance and when you finding your authentic self, and then once you find your authentic self, the relief, you'll never want to give it up again, and then there's the dark side of seeing everyone who took that from you, everyone that you broke yourself into pieces trying to appease, didn't want you to have it. And I think it's one of the reasons I love Fallout so much, is like that when Lucy looks at her dad with the gun, and it's just like, how could you keep this from me, you know? Like, it's a terrible thing to do to your child. And now, in order for her to find her place in the real world, who she really is, becoming a different animal altogether, she has to do that alone now. I mean, I guess she's got the ghoul. But the ghoul's not very emotionally nurturing. And, her parent was supposed to help her deal with the real world. And he wanted her to live in Bud's world. He wanted her to live in a world of his choosing, and, horrible thing to do to a child. I never thought about preparing your children for the real world. Strange, I missed that, considering I was prioritized that with my children. You know, maybe if if it comes naturally to you to do that, then you're doing it right. I think it should. Bonus points for bringing up the Jello mold into context. Yeah, right? I grew up in purity culture while also dealing with SA trauma. I got shamed so hard. Yeah, like, how would they somehow make that your fault? I have enjoyed watching those who abused me destroy themselves. Oh, I'm so jealous. I would love to see some justice, some karma. So without even trying, the ghoul is a better father than Hank. What a topic. I've wondered about that. What if Steph was jealous? So much messed up stuff. I thought about that so much with like now with knowing that through all the stuff with Rose that Steph was his wife. Oh my god. But I guess Steph wouldn't have been thawed yet, because we know that so I guess Steph was still on ice when the Weevil famine happened. Yeah, I think I mentioned that in the video. I think that Steph was, the ghoul is also a terrible father. Oh, man, you know, something I didn't think about until right now is, with the ghoul, is, because I've been doing a lot of, tabulating Lucy and the ghoul's sins, and, you know, kind of comparing and contrasting of whose side am I on, and you know how much I love sides. Lucy, one of her sins, when she was up in her dinosaur preaching and the ghoul was hanging from a string, like something I keep coming back to when I talk about that, is, because this is something that I think that social justice warriors do, that I did for most of my life, is, basically be shitty for no reason to the person in front of you who is directly impacted by your behavior in this very moment, in favor of some sort of lofty ideal, some sort of a social justice fantasy. And I think this, you know, for all the shit that I'm saying about the anti-woke crowd, I think this is the stuff that they're valid about, where, like, their nervous system is responding to this very real problem, but then they're extrapolating it and finding ideas that justify the toxicity. But this feeling of these people are so shitty to me and they care about all these abstractions more, and nobody cares about me, you know? And it's easy enough to say, like, oh, it's selfish, me, nobody cares about me. But when nobody cares about you, it sucks, you know? I mean, if I was their shrink or their coach, I'd probably sit them down and be like, you're expecting the public to do a job for you that your loved ones and friends are supposed to do. So you're just assigning this task to the wrong people. But this idea that this is what we have a tendency to do, right? I was mad at the ghoul for the same thing in the season finale, because there's a war, you're gonna need friends, the death claw, the NCR is handling the death claws on the strip, like, he has met people who need him now, but he's still chasing his family. And there's something similar to that. Is like, help the people who are dealing with Legion now. And I kind of hope he turns around and does, kind of like the way he sort of Han Solo rescued Lucy. Like, he's got skills, he's needed, he has wisdom, and there's people that he's connected to, and I think that that's a mistake that, and frankly, we the fine folks of the spectrum are worse about this, because, like, we will, you know, talk to somebody who we think should make some better social justice decision, like maybe, you know, give their spare change to some houseless guy, and then we will be shitty to them if they don't do it, or if they use AI, or they you know, the million, and then we think that we are better people because we're preaching from the top of our dinosaur, and we think we're honoring ourselves and the greater good by being uppity and shitty to people who are making mistakes that are so small in the grand scheme of karma hits that are so small, but we think we're better people for not letting them get away with it. And the lack of discernment, that's a part of the, it's a part of the black and white thinking. It's prioritization issues, you know, of not picking our battles, you know. And it's obnoxious when you zoom out and look at a lot of this social justice warrior behavior, and you see this lack of discernment. Other than the subconscious thing, and this is another thing autistic people we need to stop lying to ourselves about, is we think, oh, we do everything consciously and we think about everything we're doing, we don't do anything subconsciously. That's allistic. It's the allistic hive mind that does that. No, we do it too. We do it too. We obey our shadows and corral ourselves away from fears and don't look at things that are too painful. We do it. It just, we think about it more. We analyze ourselves more, but, you know, it's like the thing I said about Lucy at the beginning where, you know, she, when she asks Maximus what happened the past 200 years and she thinks she's asking, and I was talking about how I have blind spots like that. We have blind spots like that. You know, to love prefers no that was much to the chagrin of my... Yeah, I'm looking at the Lucy's sin, not following her own religiosity and making those she claims to be better than were even worse. The ghoul being the ghoul, never claimed to do anything but the ghoul. Yeah, and I think I said that. I said something to that effect in one of my videos, is, that's, another, like, big difference of why, there was an argument for ghoul abuse for 200 years when the ghoul is still there trying to save our stupid inept asses. He could have just kept walking at any point, but not demanding the proof of the people who claim to act in the greater good or excusing their prejudices. That's something that makes me cringe. By the way, I've said a few times about things being cringe. Meanwhile, in one of my videos, I made this big spiel about how cringy it is to call things cringe, and that's just a total example of me just being honest about my imperfections. Like, I don't like that I feel cringe about things. I think it's obnoxious even when I do it, but sometimes I'm just willing to admit that something in me is obnoxious. Embrace that life will have pain and much anxiety dies away. Yeah, just it's a part of the thing. Steam gifts, I don't know. I'm so sorry I missed that the first time you said that. I'm sorry you had to repeat yourself. That has not been discussed yet. What days? Go off and chat. What day? I guess the only thing for me is Monday nights are taken, and Thursday nights would not be preferred. And daytime is okay. I just don't expect anybody to say that. Ranking Fallout dads. Hank from the TV series. Father Liam Neeson lifts the shell. Yeah. Who was a good parent in the Fallout universe is a good question. I mean, Cooper. I think Cooper and Barb's kind of, I mean, but put her in the same category as, like, you know, preparing for the real world thing. I think she is preparing for the real world. We're all imperfect. Anyone who thinks that they are perfect is an asshole. Yep. Silent Hill 2. Oh my god, are you gonna do it? Are you gonna give me that game? Yes, it's at the top. It's the number 1 on my list. Maximus's parents were good parents, and look how fucking awesome Maximus turned out. And they prepared him for the real world. Looks like. Kind of. He's handling the real world. Maximus wins at parents. Yeah, and his dad had high intelligence and science skill. Or would that be an explosive skill? In Fallout 3, you needed an explosive skill to, Fallout parents versus Disney parents. Oi. Hell yeah, his parents were great. Any other from the games, though? Do we have any good parents from the games? I don't know, I feel like my brain is so saturated from the show now. It's happening. Everything that the lore thumpers fear. I'm infected. I'm infected by the show. It simply takes all kinds, though. It'd still be a better world if all were a little more considerate to everyone. Then again, those types get turned into evil supercomputers designed to hypnotize all. I think the karma of such things isn't quite that simple. For example, I know a witch who uses a spell that uses a person's karma against them, thus no... Okay. I think that Liam Neeson could have handled Fallout 3 better as far as being a father is concerned. I think that kind of the Fallout 3 I think kind of falls in the same category as Hank, where like he wasn't abusive, but did he prepare the kid for the real world? And Home Builder for getting the for Maximus's dad, what skills Maximus's dad? Yeah, abuse. That's kind of like, oh, that was something that I was going to talk about is somebody I want to say jumped my shit or got in my face, but that's probably it's an autistic person who just wrote a lot, but about me saying that capitalism wasn't evil. And it occurred to me that I don't think that communication failure, I think, I don't think I explained my argument well, what I meant by that. And because I said in the video, the line that I say is something like, capitalism isn't evil in the sense that it's not malevolent. But I started that with capitalism's not evil, and I think that they didn't really process in the sense it's not malevolent part. But this is, but if that person ended up coming to the stream and we ended up talking about it, the way I was gonna describe this, or what I meant by what I said, is like, okay, let's say, look at two scenarios. Exhibit A is, there's a guy driving down the road, and his number one focus is to get where he's going. That's all that matters. Fuck anything that gets in the way. And he comes up to this kid in the middle of the street, like maybe they're deaf or they're like autistic, have headphones on, but they don't hear the car coming. And as he approaches the kid, he goes, well, I don't give a shit about this kid. I gotta get to where I'm going, and just squish, flattens the kid. So let's say that scenario is Exhibit A, and Exhibit B is guy's driving, kid's in the middle of the road, doesn't hear the car coming, and the guy thinks, ooh, I've never squished a kid in my car before. That sounds delicious. This is a psychopath, and he gets a kick out of a joy out of hurting the child. So now he hits the kid, not to get to where he's going, but just to be an evil dick, okay? So when I said capitalism wasn't evil, I was trying to say that capitalism is more like Exhibit A, not like Exhibit B. However, it's totally fair to say both of those are evil. Totally fair. Like, the definition of evil, you know, but when I said by it's not malevolent, like intentional evil, pointy intended evil, it's I just think that those things, it should be taken under consideration, the difference between those two things when you're making the decision for the Mojave. Or like basically, as evil as capitalism house is, and I think that's also, and I didn't say this in the video, but I think it's an interesting point to tack onto that, is I've talked about how the show misdirected us with House. Basically, the first episode, they were like, House is the evil, House is the big bad. Oh my god, did you get it? Did you get it? Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, did I miss it again? Oh, I think it's because this is totally my autism. I looked up and I saw a confirmation code with all the numbers, and my brain just, like, filtered it out because it wasn't in my monotropic attention tunnel. And, like, my brain just saw numbers and just, like, filtered it out of my perception, and Dang, why is it... I'm not seeing anything yet, but I'm gonna check my email. Oh my god. Do you guys want me to stream this game? When we do the second stream? That might be really fun. And if there's people that are like, I can't watch it, it's a horror game, Silent Hill 2 is not the kind of horror game, like, there's no jump scares in Silent Hill 2. I'm not seeing it. And it's... Oh no. I hope you didn't accidentally buy it for yourself. Well, maybe you can, if you haven't opened it, I think you can still give it to me. Yeah, I don't know what happened. But it's still on my wish list. So maybe you bought it for you. Dang it, I was scared that something like this was gonna happen. Is Fallout 4 where the kid is the old man at the end? Yeah, I need to go back and read up on the story again. Yeah. Yeah, so capitalism isn't evil, it just doesn't care. But it could be argued that the fact that it doesn't care is evil. Was sort of... It's kind of like that joke that Eddie Izzard said once, guns don't kill people, people kill people, but the gun helps. Capitalism is the gun that helps. So I don't know if the word choice that I used in the video was the best way to explain that, but I don't know. I'm trying to get to a point where I enjoy the challenge of picking the right words to explain something, but that doesn't mean I have control over whether or not people understand. And that has been really hard for my autistic brain to accept, is that I cannot make people understand. People will always... There's always a chance that people will misunderstand what I'm saying and what I'm doing, and that will cause me problems. And I hate that. And people will always take the opportunity to exploit other people, hence capitalism always becomes evil. Yeah, I mean, we gotta figure out how to protect ourselves better, and not just in, like, fucking convoluted two-factor authorization, TSA motherfucking shit that we put each other through. I think this goes back to the loving yourself thing. I think if people loved themselves the way that I defined love, if they opened their hearts to themselves and cared, basically the dignity, I use the word dignity to describe this. Like, the thing that made Maximus sit there and watch Thaddeus and watch Titus die, because he was like, I will not allow myself to be treated like this. There's not enough of that. Like, people have been so shitty to me and treated me like such a threat because I have dignity. I think I said that in a video once. I said something like, I thought I was a narcissist. Turns out I just had dignity in a social environment full of Chets and Stephanies. You know? That's, where's, Jonathan Albert? I want to get to the bottom of whatever happened with the Silent Hill 2 thing. Because you have a confirmation number. Oh, it's probably been a huge delay. Oh, right. We're talking about this. We gotta figure out, when should we do the next stream. We gotta have a meeting about that. I can open my calendar. I'm sure we will figure out the deal with, if Jonathan Albert, if you, see this and we want to get to the bottom of this, in the description there, of this video, and on my About Me page, and there are a bunch of ways, there are many routes to find my email address. And it's funny, it's like, if I'm saying there are many routes to find my email address, then why don't I just put it on the stream? But I think having some barriers of entry to find my email address, basically makes it so people only email me if they're serious, you know? Oh, you're trying to contact Steam? I wonder what the problem is. I feel guilty. I really wanted this to be easy. I do. I feel really guilty. I feel guilty that this is, let's examine that feeling, shall we? Often delayed. But either way, I'm going to do the second stream, so. And also the Resident Evil 4. Thank you for whoever. I'm so excited to play this game. Yeah, we'll do, we'll stream Silent Hill. Can't believe I didn't think about that until after. Wait, what are you saying stop at Lindsay about? What did I do? Oh, no guilt? No, guilt is fine. Shame is the problem. Guilt is fine. I think that we need some tolerance for guilt. Like, oh my god, there's, Okay, here's something else. I wanna share another thought that I had about the, anti-woke. When I was watching, this guy who might actually live in Portland, because he said in the video they went to a Portland con. This was talking about anti-woke. No, this was a different video. This was about X-Play. I don't know if anybody, I'm 40. If you're my age and you like video games, you probably watched the show X-Play. And I watched a video, somebody a little bit younger, kind of reflecting and talking about the history of X-Play going from GameSpot TV, etc., etc. And there was this story that happened, I guess, when X-Play moved on to YouTube and kind of lost its audience because they have a lot of competition. So I guess there was this incident, I don't know if anybody here saw that or knows what I'm talking about, where there was a female host that was getting a lot of shit on the internet for being a woman, and you know, there was just a lot of weird, overt sexism or surrounding that show and that time. Um, and basically just kind of told off the camera, like, you know, I don't exist to be a sexual object for you, fuck off kind of thing. And I watched that and I was like, fuck yeah, you know? But the narrator of, and this was a video that for the most part, you know, I thought this was a quote unquote ally, this video about X-Play. Because, you know, they were talking about, I didn't even notice when I was watching that show how much racism against Japan there was. I think I vaguely remember my sister mentioning it, maybe. But I was shocked by that even my autistic brain at the time didn't track that pattern or even notice that it was weird. But you know, the unpacking of one's whiteness never ends. And so because of this, the way that this guy talked about racism, I thought, like, obviously he's gonna see that this woman had a right to say what she said. But no, he did the thing the creepy ones do and said that, you know, a show should know better than to yell at its audience. You know, of course, X-Play fell apart after this because, you know, and of course they got death threats and everybody quit watching the show because she insulted their audience. And this is something, okay, maybe if there are men out there, you can explain this to me. I ran into the same problem when I was watching, like there was some controversy about an advertisement that was talking about toxic masculinity. And then they were like, oh, well, men got mad because they were criticizing their audience, that they were lecturing their audience. And that baffles me because if you are not the guy sending this woman sexist, horrible, you know, if you're not the guy who is talking about this woman's appearance and how she's not hot enough, etc., then she's not yelling at you. If you're a man and you're not a toxic man, then that ad's not criticizing you. Like, I think it's weird if somebody gets up and goes, I hate racist assholes. Why would anybody who isn't a racist asshole be offended? Like, I don't understand. Like, for example, I mean, maybe this isn't clear, but I feel like if I'm talking to y'all and I say something about, like, lore thumpers and, like, you know, the people that, the trolls, the anti-woke, if I'm talking about these kind of Fallout fans, you know I'm not talking about you, right? like, if I'm saying Fallout fans who do this shitty thing and you don't do that shitty thing, I'm not talking about you. And whoever I am talking about, and whoever she was talking about, deserved what she delivered, because you fucking can't treat women like that. Like, I can't wrap my, like, I was really surprised because this guy, like, he understood why the racist shit was wrong. And he understood, like, all the other, like, we were looking at, like, the outdated shit that they said on that show. And I was like, yeah, and the fact that you can't yell at your audience. You can if they're being assholes, you know? And if they're not being assholes, then they shouldn't be hurt by the yelling. I don't know, I just don't, and also this whole idea of, if you are, this entitlement, the way that a lot of YouTube commenters are, that they feel like because I'm putting myself out there, then that means I need to accept being talked to like shit. I think it was Chapel Roan who had some great, you know, viral clips talking about, like, no, just because I'm famous doesn't mean you have free reign to be a dick. Like, no, just because they're doing this show for you doesn't mean you can say sexist, misogynist, racist shit to them because they're on a show and they're your dancing monkeys. You don't own them. They aren't your property. Like, they can be mad when you're a dick. Am I crazy? Am I making any sense? They talked so much crazy. I cannot believe I didn't notice it. Yes, I watched X-Play on G4. Actually, the guy who hosted U4 has a YouTube channel talking about AI. Oh, I think you were saying G4? So much sexism. They talk so much crazy stuff. Unpacking of one's whiteness. Yes, and unpacking whiteness, and this is something that I'm going to talk about in the Ghoulsy video, is it never ends. I say something like, unpacking whiteness Unpacking your whiteness is like seeking objective truth. You never reach the destination, but it's worth the pursuit. Like, I think a lot of people, maybe a lot of the same kind of guys that I'm bitching about, have this attitude of, when do I get my certificate when I'm officially not racist? When do I graduate from not racist university? You never do. Sorry, white guy. You, and this is, now it's becoming, this is like a kind of a recurring theme now in this stream, is, as soon as you think you get it, as soon as you think you're enlightened, that's the guarantee you have blind spots. Because if you think that the journey ends, if you think that, like, the white-centric perspective has been coming at us from all directions since we were born. It, like, being in a culture where you are the born, like, heir apparent having the most privilege and the most access, at least on the metric of race, it's a little muskification. It's a background muskification. And you have to stay humble. Decolonizing your mind. I think that I read once, that, like, a better, word for white people isn't decolonizing, but, like, uncolonizing or something. Because basically decolonizing means you were colonized. But if you are the colonizer, it's like a different kind of deprogramming that has a lot of, different characteristics. But, it's important to grasp that we weren't conquered, you know, the way that the people that we... it's getting a little political. And by the way, in case this isn't clear, whenever I stray away from a political topic, it is not because I don't have the fucking guts. Just clarify that. It is never that. This is another great holistic autistic thing, is a difference between what holistic people think is bad social justice versus a lot of autistic. So holistic people, if there's an important hot button political issue, something terrible happening in the world, and you don't talk about it, if you're a public figure or on social media, then you don't care enough. If you cared about it, you would talk about it. You should care, and it matters, and you don't care enough about goodness if you don't talk about it. Meanwhile, autistic people are like, I don't want to talk about shit I don't know about. Autistic people are like, the world is full of too much fucking noise of people who don't know what the fuck they're saying, and I don't feel comfortable talking about something I don't have expertise in. And there are times, like when I talked about PDA, I was like, I'm some asshole on the internet. If you want to learn about PDA, go look up an expert. I'm giving you my thoughts about Fallout, right? But holistic people think you don't care. And this just makes me fucking crazy. Is that, like, I just thought of, like, another good angle to clarify this. Is... Right. So I talk about myself a lot. I talk about myself a lot on the stream, and more, definitely above average in my Fallout videos compared to most Fallout content creators. That's because I know about myself. So when holistics see me talking about myself, they think all I care about is myself. That's the assumption. The narcissism thing. But I'm like, no. From my perspective, I'm talking about what I have the right to talk about, which is myself and my own experience. I own that, and I have expertise in that, and if my life serves as a good example of the points I'm trying to make, I have the right to use that material. It's not because I care more about myself. It is that I think there is a lot more damage being done on the internet right now, done by people talking about other people instead of themselves. I think if people talked about themselves half as much as they talk about other people, the world would be a better place. So, fuck off to people who, like, who see it that way. I'm not gonna talk about shit that I don't know about. I'm not going to. I'm not gonna contribute to the noise. I will happily link to people who do know what they're talking about things. I will send you over to the experts happily. But I'm not gonna be told that I am less caring because I don't talk about other people. Saw the be mine thing. Oh, I thought the dance monkey thing was hilarious. Yeah, I mean, I am a capitalism's bitch for, you know, being like, buy me things. I hope we get to the bottom of what happened with the game. I'm hitting reload again. Oh, come on, Steam. Also being joked that it was because you were full of shit by a loved one, a dumb blonde by family, and you were also clearly more smart, knowledgeable than those around you. Ugh. I was trying to find the image, but I couldn't post it. What are you talking about? Oh, the Elon Musk card joke. I literally just woke up, forgot it was already Saturday fucking night. Oh yeah, because you take naps and that works for you. I wish that naps worked for me. So I guess what you missed is oh yeah, I should take the graphic off. Um is that I said if they got me Silent Hill 2 that I would stream it. So but there seems to be a technical difficulty for the purchasing of Silent Hill 2. Oh yeah, we still need to figure out, I've asked multiple times, but I guess I keep talking and changing the subject. I need some feedback about when to do the stream. Or maybe we should wait until we figure out what's going on with the game. Or, no, I said I would do the stream anyway because somebody else sent me money to get Resident Evil 4. I should make a note about following up on the Silent Hill thing in case I forget. Oh, hey, this guy from Discord is what I said he was watching the stream. I don't know if he's still watching, but I see the message. Power Armor cosplayer. Because I hang out with cool people. Thanks for saying I'm cute many times. Ah, you are cute. Pop quiz, summarize Silent Hill 1 in your own words, and the chat will grade you. Oh my god, that question is incredible. Summarize Silent Hill 1 in your own words. Okay. I don't know if I can make this entertaining. Harry Mason. Driving. Kid. Kid go. Harry Mason. Scared. Harry Mason have vision. I don't know why this became caveman, but it's amusing me. Because it's a Japanese game and they do this and it's really hard for Western minds to wrap their brains around, Alessa was kid, Alessa in cult, Alessa ritual, Alessa horrific experience, torture, abuse, Alessa's projection made manifest by Silent Hill God thing, Cheryl, kid of Harry Mason, Silent Hill 1. I don't know what the fuck that was. Oh, you lost count, lost count, lost count. Damn it, you had one job. Well, two jobs. Name the feral cools and count. We don't have cool. Where did you? Oh, you're in Canada? Well, how far away from West Virginia? I mean, yeah. Yeah, the Fallout events thing exploded. That happened really fast. That was like, there were a couple hundred people that went to Pioneer Saloon to hang out one day in 2022. and then the numbers doubled, and then they quadrupled, and then there were all of a sudden 3 econs instead of just 1. It's I need to figure out with my friend. Oh, why does life have so much happening all the time? I have to figure out with my friends our hotel situation for Vegas. I basically put it in their hands because I was like, I'm gonna be along for the ride with whatever you want to do. I want to stay at Prim Valley because they have a bathtub and refrigerator. But I don't think they want to, and there's not going to be shuttles, so, I don't know what we're going to do. I know a few people also planning to as well. One friend had her daughter in Canada, but she brought her daughter to the US and is unregistered in the US, so she's rushing. I just can't get the image of, Steph in Canada. That in my head. Pennsylvania, we are neighbors. Oh, it's not where I live, that's where the next con is. I live in Portland, Oregon, where all the leftist lesbians live. No, I should say queerdos, you know. It's not necessarily a lesbian, though there are a lot of lesbians that move here because they've heard there are a lot of lesbians. And then I meet them on dating apps, and then it doesn't go well. I'm like, oh, you came to Portland for the lesbians? Here I am. But I'm going to West Virginia, the West Virginia conference. Conference? Wow, I pulled that word out of... I used to go to conferences back when I was a professional in my girl costume. I'm queer, I want to live in gay paradise. I wish I could, I wish I could say it's great. I think I wish I'd been a lesbian in the 90s. I honestly, like, it's such a hard, like, it's a necessary time, and it's kind of an exciting time for relationships because everybody's, like, breaking out of their programming and breaking out of their shell. So in a way, it's kind of an honor to be a part of that time in human history, but also I would just like to be in a monogamous, committed relationship, and I can't because there's too much chaos. There's too much, like, it's too hard. The dating landscape is so insane. Like, I think the big thing that's really making me not want to date right now is, hilariously around the topic of ghosting. Okay, this is not Fallout related, but we're doing it. Okay, so, this is, damn it, my autistic ass is trying so hard to interface with holistic expectations, which you have to follow, whether the person is autistic or not, because even holistics are holistics, but autistics have learned the social rules of a lot of holistic standards, and autistics don't have a shared language other than to define, except for, I guess, logic, but, so this is the issue that I have with ghosting. So, I hate being ghosted. I don't think it's okay. You guys know I'm all about guts, you know? I think that if you don't want to see somebody again, and you don't really think it's going anywhere, and you don't want to leave people hanging, leave things unresolved, I am all about, and I'm not even just talking about dating. I'm talking about, like, toxic relationships. Like, I do not believe in just disappearing and abandoning somebody without an explanation. I also enjoy explaining shit, right? As we've talked about earlier. So, but every time I have unghosted and given closure and explained when I wanted to walk away from a situation or a relationship or something, the social feedback that I have gotten has been consistently negative, and I don't just mean negative like, oh, well, their feelings got hurt. What did you expect? You should be able to deal with their feelings getting hurt. That's not what I mean. I mean, like, they're treating me like I was doing something wrong by explaining, or they don't see it as me ending things and giving closure. They see it as a jumping off point of negotiations. Like, people don't accept my closure as closure. They see it as an attack that was unnecessary, or as an excuse to wriggle in and debate whether my explanation will be accepted, you know? If people want closure, they should fucking take it better, you know? And so I was like, well, apparently if I go out on one date and then explain it doesn't work, that's over-explaining and all the social punishment for that. But if I do explain, well, if I do explain, I'll get all the punishing, but if I don't explain, then I'm ghosting, you know? It just, the impression that I have gotten from like 40 years on Earth communicating with other human beings and like paying attention to what upsets people and what people say, the overwhelming lesson has been that the right thing to do after one date when you don't think it's going anywhere is to just not respond and just don't talk to them again. That is what I have learned from being a person. I don't like it. I would rather explain. So then when I get online and they go, how it's evil to ghost and how you're not having any accountability and the importance on the nervous system for closure and all of that, I'm like, fuck you. It's like, that kind of brings out that Mr. House energy where I'm like, yeah, I would love to be the good person that you're telling me I should be and all of this stuff, but the world continues to punish me for it. And why am I putting myself through this for like, and that actually kind of ties back into the, if you don't know yourself, if you don't love yourself, you can't love anybody else. Like, if you, can't communicate and be open about what you, like, if you can't, exchange emotions, then you can't expect people to exchange emotions with you. Like, if my delivery of closure was respected as closure, I would be closuring all the day, all the damn time. You know? And so basically, because I can't circle that square, because I'm like, if I date and it doesn't go well, and the correct answer morally, what women want is for me to send a text message delivering closure, you know, and succinctly. If I get a negative response to that, I have to just fucking take it. And once again, defining negative as not just feelings hurt, but like not respecting the closure that I just gave. Like there was one girl, I in all caps, I said like, please stop messaging me, because she wouldn't stop blowing up my phone. Oh my fucking god. Similar to each other. Everything's kind of insane right now. Dating in your 40s is hard, especially on Rainbow or New. Are those apps that you're on? Neurospicy flags. Holistics or normies. Normies. I still like saying muggles. I know some people get like J.K. Rowling triggered when I say muggles, but I use it as a term of like disrespect. No, but it's muggles. I'm not really necessarily talking about holistics when I say that. Like, I call Civilization the Muggle Matrix. Like, in my folders and well, I guess maybe I shouldn't be revealing. I was about to say something that maybe is not safe to say on the internet. I'm so guilty of over-explaining. Most times I'm afraid to share my emotions. You know, if you're not afraid to share your emotions, that's fine. But the consequence of that is people aren't going to know your emotions. If you accept that consequence, hide your emotions all day. But what I get mad about is I'm constantly held responsible for emotions that people don't admit they have. Like, I think I talked about that earlier with, like, the fork of that happens when I think I'm just existing and that we're just compatible, but I don't know that I've been, like, pushing into someone, and then one day they'll, like, snap. And I'm like, that's not fair, because I was acting in accordance to the rules. I was performing, and you were the director of the play. I was just acting in it. I kept getting weirdos on FetLife, not for dating, but for gals messaged me, and it was so... But no gals messaged me, and it was so frustrating. I have a FetLife account, but I haven't touched it in forever. I mean, I explained earlier, I kind of got over my whole hookup thing. I have to make a conscious effort in any situation to not overshare, partly why I like live chats with limited yeah. The problem is like that I have in live chats is I will send too many messages and I will hijack the conversation. Which is why it's better off that I'm the streamer, because I take up a lot of fucking space. Every time an LGBTQ person says muggle, the black mold in Rowling's house grows. I like that, considering Biohazard is on my wish list. Dang, should we bring the topic back to Fallout? This is like the least I think we've ever talked about Fallout. Ask me some Fallout questions and we'll wrap up. James. Oh, I hope whoever bought me the thing, I'll go back and follow up on that. I wonder if there's a way. I don't actually know how to send. There's not really DMs on YouTube anymore, is there? But yeah, if you guys want to know how to contact me, you can find my contact information on my independent Fallout wiki link, which is in the description. What's season 3 gonna be? Is that your question? Are you serious? It's gonna be Fallout. Why is Fallout 3 better than New Vegas? Invalid question. Cannot process. My current partner is okay with me sharing, but he's also on the autism spectrum and doesn't know how to respond. I do struggle to be able to speak and share in some relationships. Depends. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, if you have, like, things like going nonverbal and that kind of stuff, then it is then, you know, when you're not nonverbal yet, to warn your partner and whoever you're involved with that happens, so that when it happens, there's some sort of plan. It's Colorado. I do not think he's making it to Colorado. I think I actually saw a clip of Jonathan Nolan kind of saying that. So now I'm even more confident he's not going to make it the whole way to Colorado. I'm totally okay with you not saying any of the live chats or comments out loud. The whole attempt for sharing knowledge versus tangled webs is blurred. What, you mean the thing when I'm reading them aloud? Yeah, Alien Earth. Who was it that said that they watched it? Are you there? Somebody in the comments said that they watched Alien Earth after my recommendation. Ooh. Add you to my friends list. Okay. I'm glad my phone ringer was on. Oh! This is he who purchased the thing. I need to do this on PC. I thought that you could buy people gifts on without being friends on Steam. In fact, I think every dude, I think GPT lied to me. Looks like I got another comment starting with capitalism is awful. It's like, oh my god, just listen to the full concepts that I say. I work so hard on wording them well. Alright, friendship added. And Kiwi is playing Fallout 4 right now, collecting saves for me. Are any of you 0 player on Discord? It is a friend request, and for the record, if any of you send me a friend request on Discord, please send me a message as well, saying who you are, because if I just see a name added, then I'm going to ignore you, because there's a lot of spam. Lindsay, have you seen Pluribus? Yes, loved it. It was me! Yeah, it was you! I watched it after you told me this entire series. Yeah, it's so good, right? Ah! It definitely, I think, fits. Like, if we're talking about, like, these, sci-fi property shows, and the expansion of Lindsay's Fallout, hopefully we'll see if the audience, because I don't want to do a million channels, you know? I really don't. And this channel has a rhythm. I have you guys, we have Feral Cools, there's a, you guys may have noticed I have a nervous habit of pulling my hair into ponytails. What is zero player? Oh, I guess that means not me. It's a friend request that I have, and I hate it because I don't want to deny it, but if it's like one of y'all. Yeah, Nolan and the showrunners made it pretty clear that getting to Colorado may not be in the cards. Yeah, they did say it. I'm a genius. Nice to be right about something. Like, I'm still... like, I'm fine with... Okay, if Dane really did it to... Oh, yeah. So, I've been saying for a while that I don't think... I know Dane at the end of season 1 said that they hurt their own foot. But I never bought into it. I never felt right. And I had, like, a whole conspiracy theory thing, which is mostly, like, pretty sure not true, but I was, like, really expecting to find out that Dane didn't really... That Dane lied to protect Maximus. And that didn't happen. And I was kind of irritated. I was like... It was kind of like the thing with the death clause. I was like... I feel like the show pointed me in a wrong direction. But what I've come to realize since is that if you watch a lot of these interviews with the actors on the show, they often say they didn't know where the story was going at the time. Like Rafi Silver, that's his name, right? Who was Bobby Apartment, the proxy for House, didn't know he wasn't House at the end of the first season. Like, he was trying to be House and take the role as House seriously, and then later found out, no, you're the body double, which I think is kind of fucked up, like, especially because he seemed like so excited, like maybe he was like, oh my god, I'm Mr. House from Fallout New Vegas, and then he basically had that taken away. And I've seen stories like that's the most notable one, because I felt bad for him. I was like, you thought you were House and you weren't. He knew who that character was, because apparently his wife worked on the casting of the game, which is just kind of a crazy coincidence. So it's a good story. He's a really good interviewee, very enthusiastic. So, knowing that, one of the primary reasons why I just didn't buy into... I mean, one of them was the expressions and the emotions that I got from the conversation in the tent when Dane was recovering. But a big one was just how elated Dane appeared to be about going to the wilds. Like, it was just so... It was very confusing from a filmmaking, storytelling point of view to say that that person expressing those emotions was so scared and didn't really want to go. Like, it almost makes me wonder if they changed that last minute and made it Dane when they were going to do something more complicated and they had to simplify it for time. Like, there's something peculiar about the fact that, but I think that if Dane didn't really do it, that would have gotten established season 2. I don't think that would have come out. Like, if they're long gaming with that, that's pretty long. I think that they're probably done with that story. On the other side is my conspiracy theory stuff about Norm. About Norm's story, and how I do not think that Norm was this perceptive genius. And that is speaking, that figured out all these steps. I think he was led to end up getting trapped in Vault 31. And a lot of that has to do with, I think, just being a autistic person who has been manipulated very intensely. I know what the lures look like. And I saw so much of that in Norm's thing. I talk about this in a lot more detail in the Norm video if you haven't seen it. I go into all the reasons why. And once again, it's like, if I was right about that, wouldn't they have covered it in season 2? And they didn't, but they also never disproved it. Like, the Dane thing, Dane says, I did it to myself. There was a resolution I didn't believe in, but there was a resolution. There's stuff about the Norm thing that is fishy as hell. And, I will be surprised and bummed if we were supposed to take that at face value. Even though everyone else does. I've never heard anybody else say what I'm saying about Norm being manipulated into 31. but to me, it just seems so far-fetched. But then again, that is also what Fallout games are like. Like, which could be what they were going for. Because obviously when you're playing a Fallout game, you are being led to find all the clues. Because the game is there for you to solve it, right? The game isn't working against you. The video game wants you to finish the quest. And, what was an example of that where it was just fucking ludicrous? Was it New Vegas? There was something... No, I'm thinking of something from Cyberpunk. There's a quest in Cyberpunk, if you've played it, it's when you are investigating Paralis, the guy who's like the politician character who's running for the mayor of Night City. You're investigating a crime in his apartment, but like when you're investigating it, the clues are so overt. But they're overt because the video game is not cruel and they want you to find the clues. But when I put on my autistic, like, fanfiction brain, like when I was playing with a fanfiction for Cyberpunk that I'll never write, I was like, this is really sloppy. You know, the conspiracy involved was very sloppy and made it very easy for us to find these clues. And that is how the norm thing makes me feel. Like, the Vault 32 door was just exposed and open, and he could just walk right in. Like, nobody's questioned that. You know? Like they just thought that the people of Vault 31 were the people of Vault 33 were just so well trained that nobody was gonna walk into a broad, totally open door. Like, which might be the case. Maybe that's the point they were trying to make. Like, I also, in the first season, said that I think Davey was a shill. Also because Davey was stoked about moving to 32. Nobody else wanted to leave home. Davey wanted to move to 32. He was the only one who wanted to go. Why? Other than Steph, obviously. And yet, nothing about that came up in Season 2 either. And I think I mentioned this in the first episode of Season 2 when Davey's talking to Steph. And he says, and the way that they were talking, I was like, I would have thought they were in cahoots. But maybe that's because Davey is in cahoots with Betty. And we now know that Betty and Steph are not, you know, necessarily in alignment with each other. But there's shit going on in 30. And another thing is Betty didn't even blink, having to relay the story that Norm went to a training program. So I was like, did Betty breadcrumb him into Vault 31? Yes, your things are going through. And yes, I saw the did I not accept it? One new gift. I'm so sorry. I opened the window. I'm so sorry. This is embarrassing. And, then, like, started talking about something, and... Yes, Silent Hill 2 has been added to my account. I'll actually show the screen. Hold on. I'm embarrassed again. The guilt, the embarrassment. But it's okay. It's okay that I feel bad because I should be more attentive when somebody is buying me something. Where is... Studio mode. Oh, there we go. Okay. And insert window capture. Okay, and on the screen, there we go. Silent Hill 2 has been added to your library. Thank you, and we were going to play it. I guess since people haven't really been, throwing out ideas for times, I guess after the stream is over and I'm processing and chilling and, I'll probably want to do it soon because I want to play the game. So I will, I guess, daytime or nighttime? What would you guys prefer? At least give me that. Studio mode is cool. Okay. It's unlikely Caesar's Legion will win, but if they did, was Caesar's Palace just to be elected? Yeah, Caesar's Palace is such a good joke, or Caesar's Palace. Yeah, that's a good question. They'll probably build a new thing. I'm really curious. I'm really surprised that season 3 that they're going back to Vegas. Because I'm like, did they build all those fancy sets and then destroy them? Are they going to build them again? Or are we just not going to see the strip anymore? Oh, Lindsay and all. Does House have Securitrons that he can deploy to find the Legion? They've been showing a lot of destroyed Securitrons throughout the season. So I think they're trying to tell us not to expect a Securitron army for that reason. So if they, like, said that there were no Securitrons, we would believe that. You missed Friday the 13th. Yeah, I guess I didn't even think about how yesterday was Friday the 13th. That means that the house video came out on Friday the 13th. That's cool. Evening or afternoon, keeping in mind our East Coast friends. Yeah, I might actually have to do basically the same thing that I'm doing here, where it's 5:30, because the idea is, like, I walk Peg and then I feed her and then do this right after. And so if we started earlier than that, I would have to, like, I guess I could take breaks to go do those things. I'll think about it. I really want Lucy and Maximus to work with Mr. House, but I think Lucy is burned with working with people with suits. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how, like, I'm interested because I love House, I love Maximus, and I love Lucy, and I would be really interested to see how that pans out. But not as interested as I would want to see Norm working for House. That's a way more interesting pairing, for sure. For sure. They better not, like, have that one super mutant shot. I hope he's, like, a main character. I hope we see a lot of him in season 3. And also, I don't know if there's any, like, Legion geeks in the crowd right now, but, first of all, I got a couple comments that, like, the note that was in Caesar's pocket wasn't actually lore friendly, that he, like, was gonna name heirs, and I've never done a Legion playthrough, so, I'd have to see how that dialogue works, but I did want to, maybe I'll ask my friend who's collecting Fallout 4 saves for me, if he could find me a Legion save. But then, I don't have all the time to do all of the things. I have to work. I have to make money so bad. Super chats, welcome. But I'm really, really enjoying this. I really want to make this work. This is so much fun. We didn't talk about Fallout that much. We talked so much. But I guess we talked about love and relationships and Valentine's Day and stuff. Am I gonna make it in time to get on 76, the Valentine's Day, it's not Atom Shop things, it's challenge, a temporary challenge. As you can see from my graphics, I got all the Sunset Sarsaparilla shit. I don't think I missed a single thing. I got every single fucking thing on the scoreboard for Sunset Sarsaparilla. Showrunner said they aren't going to be anywhere shown in the games before, but that doesn't necessarily preclude entire states, just specific locations. Hope to see Felicia Day or Danny Trejo. Yeah, that would be cool. I've thought about Felicia Day a lot because the amount of time that passed is appropriate for how much Felicia Day has aged since New Vegas. So there's room enough for 2 ghoul cowboy archetypes. What do I want to see the most? I want to see Norm and House, which I don't know, I can't imagine how Norm would travel that far. There's a lot of speculation on I've seen on who Claudia how Claudia connects to the bigger plot, but I'm sitting and waiting to be patient on that. I haven't seen enough clues to point in any specific direction for me to, it would just be like a wild ass guess to try to make a connection. And I don't find that kind of thing interesting. I will be pissed as hell if Proxy House is Anthony House. I actually was gonna mention this in the House video, but there was nowhere to fit it in, like on the way my rant went, so I was like, fuck it. But I talked a couple times about how Anthony betrayed House, and I think that, and I've also talked about many times how I care more about the themes of the lore than the nuts and bolts, and I feel like the idea that Anthony ever worked with House would totally undercut the abandonment, betrayal underpinning of his character. It doesn't make any sense to me that House, this guy who like doesn't believe in love and only believes in control, like worked with his brother. It just doesn't track for me. I would think that was bad writing, for all the things that people say about bad writing. Yeah, Claudia's definitely sus. There's something strange going on there. I don't think she's anyone's kid. First of all, she's Filipino. Nobody else is Filipino. And like, and on a call sheet, she definitely, or like a casting call sheet, she's, what would be, I don't know if they would still say this, but ethnically ambiguous. But I think when you have like that high profile a show and you have like a Filipino character, then you would have Filipino parents. I don't think that they would make her Janie, for instance, which is a theory I've seen. I'm like, could she pass as half black to my white eyes? But I've learned I'm not good at that. Yeah, like actually, speaking of which, so this is something like if I made video again now, maybe when I do the director's cut, I'll cut this out. But I said something in the Norm video about him being a Latino actor who's like cosplaying as white, which is probably an autistic mistake of mine. Nobody's not giving me shit about it. If like I said something like that in the social justice areas, I would have gotten my shit jumped for that. But my autistic brain was like, no, it's a problem when white people dress up as people of color, but if people of color are dressing up like they're white, then that's not offensive. And that was my, but it was a weird thing to say. I would take it back. But the point is that one of my good friends here is half Latino, and when we were watching Fallout, and you know, I said something about like how weird it was that this guy, when you see Moises Arias in any other role, he's very clearly a Latino guy, and he just looks so fucking white on Fallout, how weird that is. And then my friend was like, well, he doesn't necessarily have to be white, like, and I'm like, and I was confused, because he was like, yeah, like, Lucy and Rose also have Latino features, so it could totally be that Hank is the white dad and the rest of the family's Latino. And I'm like, well, my white ass just saw a bunch of white people, so I feel dumb, you know? Unpacking whiteness, it never ends. But I've noticed that happens a lot. Like, there's a show called, Washington Black, I think it's on Hulu. It's excellent, by the way. But, you know, the story revolves around, there's, you know, it's like a predominantly black cast, but one of the main female leads is a a black girl that passes for white. You know, it's part of the story. And like there's a character with one of the black characters is like, oh, the white people might be fooled thinking that she's white, but we recognize our own, basically. And I was like, yeah, I now kind of thinking about what my friend said is I'm probably not seeing not white features as clear with as clear a head as somebody who's not white, and that could be a part of my white blind spot, you know. I don't know. I remember him on Hannah Montana. But yeah, he's a really good actor. God, like, you know, the actors on this show are really, really good at micro changes in facial expressions. Like, what was an example I saw of this recently? Oh, I was taking stills for videos on Steph's face right after the Canadian ID gets revealed. And it was another one of those close-up shots that the show does a lot that really, where the actor, like, goes on a fucking journey. And when I'm taking stills for the videos, it really, focuses me on, noticing every frame. But yeah, I don't think there's anybody who gets close-up on that show that isn't amazing at that. I've seen Maximus get the most compliments for it. Would Robert House roboticize his own brother? Oh, like does the proxy have the thing in his neck? I don't know if House had access to the miniatures. That's an interesting question. For how they initially portrayed Janie, Claudia doesn't fit it for me. The current leader of the NCR does. Since she was unnamed, and for juxtaposition. Oh, right, the unnamed thing. Them blind spots are everywhere. They are. So I'm gonna do my best, because tomorrow, talking about Ghoulsey, I already recorded the part where I talk about the race stuff. I think I can stand by it. I don't think I fucked it up. I mean, generally, the rule of thumb is make sure you're not speaking to somebody else's perspective or like what somebody else needs to do, or another group, right? So, I think I could say what I wanted to say on the matter, staying in my lane. Something that I would bet money on is that the next season there'll be a character that they befriend that will turn out to be someone with a chip spying on them. I mean, it has to. Like, there's gonna be paranoia. There has to be. Like, after that setup and what he said, you know, there's people out there that are automated. And that's why I was like, this is the synth thing. They're doing the synth thing. And I think it's good. I just it would be cool if they had synths, you know? I was hoping we would get there. I wasn't one of the synth conspiracy theorists that a lot of people were, with Harkness and stuff. Like, I didn't think that they had we've talked about this before. I didn't think they pointed that direction yet, but I still wanted to see synths. Especially because, you know, now that House is a major character, we could tie him back to CIT, which has also never been done. That's interesting, right? Like, I mentioned in the another video that House has never been tied directly to Vault-Tec or the Enclave before, which is why it was fine for them to do what they did, and why I don't know why people have all the retcon issues with the show that they do, because there wasn't anything establishing he had any different sort of relationship with Vault-Tec. House's only interaction really with Vault-Tec anything was putting the concrete in the vault. So, like, they had wiggle room to do that. And similarly, all we know is that House went to CIT. So it's interesting how he didn't have any connection to Vault-Tec and Enclave, but they went there. But he does have a connection to the Institute. He does. That has never been touched. You know? Unless I'm missing something. If I am, feel free to let me know. Yeah, they're gonna start that's literally what I said in the video. is I said, there are gonna be a lot of neck checks. Which I feel like there's been other horror movies, like maybe, The Thing, and things like that, where there are, like, imposters, where there's some sort of test, you know? So it's gonna be, like, a bad sign if somebody hides the back of their neck. Like, we're gonna start noticing patterns of who's hiding the back of their neck, things like that. Because they told us there are people out there being automated, and they drew a lot of attention to the back of the neck thing. If they visit the locations of the DLCs, like Big Mountain and the Robo-Scorpions. I'm obsessed with Old World Blues. This is my fucking favorite. No, if they ran into fucking Toaster, that's what I want to see. I want to see the Fallout Season 3. I want Toaster. God, there are all sorts of fun things that would be fun to see. Like, it would be cool to see the Chinese stealth suit armor being super passive-aggressive. Nobody notices me. I want Lucy bantering with the talking stealth suit. Exactly! Yeah, more brains in jars. And Robo-Scorpions. We already had Rad Scorpions, it's time for Robo-Scorpions. I'm trying to get Atlas to make Robo-Scorpions. I have no idea how he would pull that off. That seems like a really complicated, Lucy currently knows about the chips, so we can assume Maximus will as well, but who else will? Yeah, she'll tell Maximus. Yeah, that's gonna be a boring between season thing of hers. Okay, let me catch you up, Max. This is what's up. I also was wondering off screen, like, it was really poetic when, you know, the ghoul was like, if you want to save that good person, you have to give it to a really bad person. Did the ghoul ever explain that he wasn't the bad person, that House was the bad person? I mean, it kind of suggested that he may have, like, explained, you know, what he was gonna do off camera, because he did set it up with the, kind of speech leading into rigging the game. So that's sort of before he pulls the sheet off of the power armor. So it totally could have been a lead in to discussing who House was and what he was gonna do. What seems to be the idea? Muggy! Oh my god, all the Old World Blues feels right at the end. You think the ghoul is going to encounter chipped people and start... Yeah! Ooh, that is, And we already know... Ooh, that's a really good point. Because we already know that he's familiar with these devices. Because when he saw the one at the, I keep wanting to call it the Vault 24, I guess? The Chinese... Not Chinese. The communist, vault. When he finds the, you know, devices, he shows it to Lucy and he's like, you ever seen one of these? So he's familiar with the devices. I'd really like to see a timeline of development of, like, when this thing worked and when it didn't work, because I'm kind of confused about that. Because first he's like, it's like, the devices don't work yet. Everybody's brains are exploding, so he's doing all these experiments. And then he's like, oh, it's been working forever, and lots of people are chipped all over the place. I'm like, well, how was that possible if the research on making them work wasn't done? You know, like, I'm confused about that. If anybody can explain it to me, though, I should go now. And I have to pee slightly, and that's sort of my body forcing me to end this stream. So, anyway, I need, like, a ritual to end the stream. Because I always feel like I'm, like, a net runner getting unplugged when we get to the end of this thing. My autism doesn't like it. I think it's one of the reasons I drag it out. Is because I need to close it out. Like, I need some sort of closing phrase. House keeps making the point that as long as the Enclave is out there, no one is safe. And even if the ghoul finds his family, then what? Yeah. What if the Securitrons... What if the Securitrons are the beta synths? Like, there's some sort of... Well, I don't, House was not involved that early. Like, this Institutes wasn't developing since until way further down the timeline than when House was there. Good night, Lindsay, everyone. Thank you for the fun. All right. 24 Karat Rented Bad Luck. Thank you so much for Silent Hill 2. I will be in touch about when we're going to watch it. And, contact information and stuff is in the thing. Enjoy the VOD. And, Ghoul C will be done when it gets done. It'll be like, now, it's like, because I gotta work on money work tomorrow. And then, that basically gives me Monday and Tuesday to do hopefully more money work, and then also prepare for next week's video and stay on fucking schedule. So I'm gonna be burning it at both ends. So I will probably stream, like, it might have to be like Friday and I have to check with other stuff. I will get back to all of you. I love you all.